You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to a very important tournament, the end of the road, a long journey. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Tackle Warehouse EQ qualification race is going to wrap up right here at this place in Alabama. Lake Martin here, 44,000 acres here in, I would say, Mid-East Alabama, not too far from the Georgia line. Our takeoff at Wind Creek State Park. We've got 120 boats left at the end of the season, literally 9 months after we opened it up down at Okeechobee in Florida. We have got the full field competing today and tomorrow. We'll wrap it up on Saturday. But a lot of issues. Everything is going to be solved and resolved during the course of these 3 days here, so we're really looking forward to. Of course, we've got a change in venue. This one actually originally scheduled for Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. A lot of recovery still going on. Lake Hartwell's fine, but the folks in that 100-mile radius there really have got a lot to deal with. They didn't need to deal with the Opens anglers this week, so we're happy to move it to Lake Martin, very historic place. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and our special guest, elite star for all the years of the elite, Bill Lowen. Bill, thank you. Hey, welcome. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me here.
All right, let's listen to what's going on out there.
Not to think about it, honestly. I'm just going to go fishing and see what happens. I said a lot of prayers, so trying to stay not stressed and just go fishing. That's all I can do, so just pray for a good limit today and see what happens.
Talk to me about the transition from Hartwell to Lake Martin here. What was that like?
Yeah, I really like Hartwell. It's been good to me in the past, so I was a little bummed out to hear that, but there's always positives for everything that happens. So the field size got cut down, which helps me, and the points a lot. So I was excited to hear that the field size was cut down. So there's always something positive in the negatives. So you got to remember that.
Hey guys, Evan Kung here, day one, Logan Martin, last tournament of the year. It was pretty tough practice, tough to get a bigger bite, 2-pound bite. Hoping to go out today, catch 10 pounds. If I can catch 10 pounds in a row for the next couple days, I'll feel all right about it. Feel like I did what I could. Hoping to have a little more, maybe run into one big largemouth, but we're just gonna go out there, catch as many fish as we can, hopefully cull up to about 10.5 pounds, and call it a day. We'll see you guys at weigh-in.
Yeah, so hey, just excited to be here, Lake Martin. We were supposed to be at Hartwell, brutal with the hurricane, so thoughts and prayers to those people. But we're here, we're on Lake Martin. I'm excited to be here. I feel good about this event. A lot of fish are going to be caught. It's just really hard to get any size. But currently, we're in second place in the EQ, so that's been the goal all year, is to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're in second place in the points. We have a chance to win Angler of the Year today for sure. Easton Fothergill's 20-something points ahead of me. The problem with that is the kid is so good that he's not going to probably finish outside of the top 20. But either way, we're going to have fun today. This means a lot. This tournament's huge. We got a decent cushion between me and ninth place, so hopefully you can just stay in there and, as long as we finish in that top 9, that'd be a huge success. It's been a dream of mine my whole life to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. I grew up as a child, it was all Bassmaster. It was the Bob Cobb days. I'm definitely a lot older than most of the kids here, but I just have never really tried to make it, and so this year I've been all in and excited, and hopefully we do it. It'd be cool just to get a decent limit both days, to try to make it and see what happens and go from there. But today, hopefully a great day, but either way, we're gonna have fun, go fish hard and see what happens.
I feel good. We're fourth in points. We're about 45 or so points ahead of the elite cut. I've been pretty calm all week. I'm a little bit nervous this morning, not gonna lie, but at the end of the day, I think if I just treat it like every other tournament, we'll be all right. This lake's full of spotted bass. That's what I fish for 24/7 at home, and the only difference is they're a lot smaller here, but we're just gonna go hit as many high percentage places as we can, throw a crankbait this morning for the first hour. That's been a good deal, and then after that, honestly, just throw a topwater down the bank, throw a Berkeley Chopo, and fish a lot of brush with a drop shot and a jig, and just hope we end up culling up enough to get towards that double-digit mark. I think that's what it's going to take, so I'm excited.
Yeah, so last tournament, can't believe we are finally here on Lake Martin in October. It's fall. Fishing's been, hit or miss. There's a lot of fish in this lake, and the key is getting those 2-pound bites. It is fall. I'm just going to be buzzing around. I'm going to be fishing a lot of new water, fishing shallow, fishing out deep, and just trying to piece something together and hopefully get those 2+ pound bites. So a little nervous, but really excited to get out there and see what the day has to offer.
Nerves a little bit, but it's like anything else after takeoff. It just kind of comes down to what you've prepared for, just hoping that it pans out. I do feel, the more that this has gone, I've got a chance to reflect this morning. I am blessed to even have a chance on the final tournament of the year, because there's a lot of guys that would love to be in my position, as nerve-wracking as it is. So, hoping we can get to 10 pounds. I think 10 pounds a day on this fishery, the way it's been fishing, not just now, but previously and previous history and the history I have here, 10 pounds a day will normally get you in a pretty good position. So how am I feeling? I don't know. Can you ask me again in about an hour?
Well, some of the thoughts, some of the predictions, the game plans, the speculation from the 9 anglers we're going to be in the boat with all day long today. Those 9 anglers happen to be the top points getters throughout the season on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens and the EQ, the Tackle Warehouse EQ race, which is the route to the Bassmaster Elite Series, Ronnie. And these guys, they did not get to pre-fish here. They did get a couple of days of practice, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. And it's great to be here on a Thursday. Normally, when you watch our Bassmaster Opens coverage, it's the final day, it's championship day, the top 10 fishing for the grand prize. But we get to see this entire tournament play out. We get to see how these anglers adjust from, like we said, Lake Hartwell was the planned scheduled event. They adjust to Lake Martin. Practice, like you said, no pre-practice scouting. Hank Weldon chose this lake because it's similar to Hartwell in some ways, and it's a place that no one else probably had a ton of experience on, as fair as it could be. And the 121 boats out there are going to be fighting for every point and every dollar they can get, Tommy. But the top 9 that we'll be with today have done so well all season, and they're just hoping for at least 2 more great days of fishing, maybe 3 if they make it to Saturday.
Well, one of the anglers we heard from there, Emil Wagner from Georgia. Let's get out to him live right now on Lake Martin.
Already hooked up.
Little guy.
Bill, you've fished here in Elite Series events, and in some lakes you go out and I need to catch 5 fish, get a limit real quick, and then move on to bigger ones. This week some guys are going to catch 1 fish bigger than some people's 5 fish limit. So it's we could fish all day for a couple bites, or you could try to go catch a limit real quick.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting event. I believe are we fishing on 12-inch size limit?
Yes, 12 inches.
So you're exactly right about that. I think that this tournament's going to be a good one for the books maybe, because it's going to be a grinder, and the guy that catches that better than average fish is going to put himself ahead. But you're right. Some guy's going to catch 1 fish that weighs more than most guys' limits. And I think at the end of the tournament, after 3 days, that's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, there's just a rock pile up there.
And we're getting into the fall, so anything can happen,
One big thing about our 9 cameras today, they are the top points getters for the season. These are all the anglers that are inside the qualification for the Elite Series. And Tommy, one big thing about the 9 that we have on camera, a ton of them are great with spotted bass. So they were all excited. They got their work done. They were going to Hartwell, a place they stylistically fit. Guys like Easton, Cody, Tucker, Emil, Andrew. I mean, literally every single person's either a spotted bass angler in some form or fashion or a smallmouth angler. And so this lake could set up in their wheelhouse very comfortably, but culling's going to be a very important deal. You don't want to mess up and lose an ounce or two here.
Yeah, we have a different baseline for what's a good keep, the gold standard here, what's a game changers. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well, but meantime, let's get out to ninth place.
Catch that one out from underneath this dock that I caught in practice. I had one about 2.5, 2 3/4. He's still there. I caught him early in practice. He got to still be there. There's one. Little one. That one ain't gonna help, but he'll go in the box to start with.
I always like watching Matt. He gets excited.
I don't know if it's 12 inches.
He got a lot of passion.
Boy, there's a bunch of them in here. No, he's 12.
Tommy, I told Matt on the phone last night at the Mississippi River when he was in the top 10. I kept
the other day. That's its offspring.
I kept jumping back because every hook set I thought he was going to come through our TV and get us, but he was 1,000 miles away in Wisconsin.
That's kind of how that hook set just was.
Let's get back over to Emil Wagner. Good start for Emil today.
Hooked up again.
First cast I hit it after that last one.
We heard him talk about his game plan a little while ago, that he was going to start out cranking and then run shallow and just kind of junk fishing.
Yeah.
Looks like it's working out pretty well for him so far.
Yes. I just love putting them in your seat.
That's a little better one.
That's
pretty
actually
decent.
not a bad one for this pond. If he's 2 pounds, I'll be more than happy to bring him to weigh in.
That's the big concern a lot of anglers talked about on the phone, Tommy, was this feels like a smallmouth lake where everyone, even though they're catching 4-pounders over and over again, and you could be behind the 8-ball, Bill, you know that. You're catching 4s all day and you think you're doing good and it's fun, you're having a great day, and you need to be catching 5s all day.
Right.
Anglers here can get lulled to sleep catching 50 to 100 fish, but if they're all below 1.5 pounds, you're still losing ground to people who may be catching 8 or 9 fish for more weight.
Let's get over to another Georgia angler, Paul Marks. Paul's starting at 6th place in the points leadership positions here.
You can see on his electronics, the screen of his electronics on the right side, about 60 feet out is where his bait dropped, and it looks like there's a little bit of brush and timber down there that he's keeping about 50 feet from the boat.
I think over the next 3 days, we're going to see a lot of this right here. Brush pile, trash stuff, type fishing. Looking for that one bite.
Oh,
Oof.
Oh, there's 2 or 3 fish there.
Yeah.
He had to let it sink all the way to the bottom on him, and they finally got it.
Always seems like those brush pile fish tend to run a little bit larger in size.
Pretty nice one for here.
Mark started hot, but he had a 118th place and 105th place, and he's finished in the top 12 the last 3 tournaments to get inside our top 10.
Well, we heard Cody Meyer before we got started with the fishing today saying, look, we're going to catch a bunch of fish today. I think he was on to something right there so far. The action has been great here on Lake Martin, a place with a considerable reputation among pro bass anglers. We'll talk about that when we come back and much more on Bassmaster Live. Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. Legendary lake, Alexander City, Alabama. We have got 120 boats out there for the last event of the season for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Very, very important business to take care of today. But there is your real-time leaderboard, unofficial, per Bass Track right now. And one of our top 9 in points, chasing that spot on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Emil Wagner is off to a good start there. Also in that race, definitely Dakota Ebert. Paul Marks all in the top 10 as we see it now. The other anglers will be tracking them as well during the course of this day. We got 3 days of fishing here. We'll wrap up with Championship Saturday to decide everything. A lot of business to take care of this final week. 9 months of fishing for the Opens. That's a long time. That's a long trail. There's Andrew Loberg. Lives in Alabama, but originally from California.
Yeah, I got to know Andrew's name he fished at Chico State. And so in college, he was one of the standouts from the West Coast in college. And
Little babies.
didn't want to drive a bunch, so he moved to Gunnersville so he'd drive a little less.
Grew up on Folsom and Clear Lake, places like that.
I know, that's how small they are.
Narrowly missed out on the Classic berth. He's hoping that's his unfinished business this week. He got second at Eufaula, Oklahoma to Easton Fothergill. After Easton catches an 8-14 on the final day, that's a good bass to catch on the final day to anchor your bag. And Andrew just barely missed out on Classic berth there, but would love to parlay that into an elite berth as well this week.
Ronnie, I think Andrew is the first pro angler we've covered on live that is actually a product of the youth division of Bassmaster fishing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting old here now.
Yes.
Come on. I'm sure. That's not big news.
They actually had some of the anglers at the meeting yesterday sign photos, like that's a trend going around, signing photos of them as children, when, a photo that you just regret taking, Tommy. And Andrew's photo was a jersey he was wearing, a fishing jersey, down to his knees. And he said, when it was bad, I look like I'm 4 here, but I was 15, and I was actually in the junior series of Bass back in the day. Now I'm 30.
He still looks young for 30.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, I'll say.
Well, that's just a testament of the opportunities we have, from youth to high school to college. We didn't have those options when I was growing up, but this is a product of what we're kicking out right here.
Yeah, they come ready to go now, don't they, Bill?
Absolutely.
Well, he's going to turn 31 on the 19th of this month, so he can give himself a nice birthday present here.
Oh, man.
With a victory.
His 30s might be better than his 20s were, better than that, Such.
1.5.
And we'll get into this more, Bill, but you've been huge in helping young anglers get into bass and get into the sport, and we'll talk about that a lot, but we know it means a lot to you as well, having kids growing up in the sport too.
Nice.
Boy, he sounds good, don't he?
I think this is going to be a fun one to watch just because we're going to see a ton of fish be caught.
That's a
in so many different ways.
Lake Martin special right there. This lake has thousands, millions of these, and they are fun to catch. But today we got to try to find some bigger ones than that. But I got us a little topwater bite this morning, so that's good. We're on the board. One 4. Culling today is going to be very, very, very important. So I just want to weigh each one of them, and we're going to be using the balance beam, and it's going to be a game of ounces today. A game of ounces.
Dakota Ebert Hebert started this day 7th in points, so he's very interested in getting 5 fish limit every day. That's important.
Yeah, and you might think, well, he has to be in the top 9. He's got some cushion. It's only like 11 points, Tommy, and so you don't want to finish 30th and have someone finish top 15, and you're on the wrong side of it, and you felt like you did your job.
Yeah, his work's not done yet. Let's get out there. Evan Kung, Ontario, Canada. Evan with a great start to his year.
Kung is only 6 points behind A-Bear, and then Matt Adams and Bo Browning are tied.
I think it's a striper.
11 points behind A-Bear.
Definitely a striper.
I think we'll see a lot of these get caught today.
Either a striper or a really big one. But I think it's a striper. Or a catfish. Striper. Time waster.
I don't know if you'll be able to stop this Canadian from making the Elite Series, Bill, but it looks like there'll be 5 Canadians on the Elite Series next year instead of 4, with Evan Kung joining the group.
He's in a youth bass club with an Elite Series angler now, Cooper Gallant.
Yeah,
at his hometown.
Pretty big striper.
We've had Danny McGeary on Bass Live a few times this year, and he was actually Cooper Gallant's high school team partner. Said I knew he looked familiar. He didn't have a beard back then. Now he has a beard, though.
Mercer keeps promoting Kung as the final thing to win a Elite Rookie of the Year, because he won the Classic now with Gussie and the AOY with Chris Johnston.
It's not a terrible prediction.
Well, we definitely get a lot of great anglers out of Canada. Well, I think when we think of Canada, we think of smallmouth fishermen, but they've got such diversity up there with largemouth and grass, and they're very well-rounded anglers when they come out of Canada for sure.
Yeah, they can go to the St. Johns River and go to town, which happened this year for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On this pond.
Third keeper for Andrew Loberg. Speaking of the St. Johns River and all of that swath in Florida that just got hit by Hurricane Milton, just recovering from that.
Yeah.
With best wishes. Hearts go out to all those people affected. I think it's moving out. They'll get to start their recovery sooner maybe than they thought, so that's a good thing.
I think Tampa got it hard yesterday evening.
Been, catching some fish.
I had to text my parents who live at the Harris Chain, and they said they didn't lose power, but there's a lot of stuff down in the town, and I wouldn't be shocked if it did go out. And so,
yeah. My sister and brother near Fort Myers, they said we're dry. They were worried about the storm surge flooding their house.
We've only been fishing 30 minutes. It's slow right now, but my day's been getting better as the day goes anyway. A lot of these fish are setting up on the brush and the docks that I'm fishing as the day goes. I'm still throwing at some brush. Fish don't seem to really want to be cooperating yet. I think the sun's got to get up and get in position better. Kind of mixing it up between a popper, and the reason I'm throwing a popper instead of a spook is I feel like this bait's real small right now. The bait they're feeding on her is little bitty, and I've had a hard time getting them to eat a full-size topwater bait. So I switched to popper yesterday in practice. I had some pretty good bites in a different area. Started in my main area, and so far it has not panned out, but it's early. I need to see a good one pretty quick today to get those nerves calmed down.
As you mentioned, Bill Lowe, and a lot of nervous energy also always with Matt Adams here, which is a good thing. Makes him fun to watch, but he's definitely a man on a mission.
Then you throw in the nerves of trying to qualify for the elites, and he's in 9th place, and I'm not even in the event, and I had butterflies in my stomach this morning watching him take off. I always say every morning I take off, I feel like I'm going to get sick in the floorboard of the boat. And to definitely catch a few fish, you know, you heard Matt say he needs to catch a good one to get rid of those nerves. Definitely helps us settle you down and calm you down and make you fish a little bit slower, a little more thorough. But when you got them nerves going, it's hard to slow down.
Well, it's a week to be nervous, especially if you're one of those top 9 trying to make your way into the Bassmaster Elite Series. What an opportunity. The opportunity of a lifetime. You got 3 days to get the work done. Tommy Dunaway, though, our leader right now, about 10 ounces ahead of Andrew Loberg, whom we just watched getting a great start out there today. Emma Wagner, Bear, Paul Marks, all in our race and all in the top 10. We got more to come from Lake Martin momentarily. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. First of 3 days of fishing in the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Changed our location to Lake Martin. We have obvious reasons for that. We'll remind you of why here before too long. But for now, right, welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukan is just outside your picture here. But I want to welcome our special guest. We are so thrilled to have Bill Lowen here with us today. Bill, one of the stars of the Elite Series. It's since the Elite Series started back in the day, and there's a couple of reasons I'm so happy to have you here. Number one, you're an elite champion from here in the state of Alabama. That's for number one. And you're also from a part of the country where you've competed in tournaments where not everybody's knocking out 5s and 6s and stuff like that, where it's a grinder. And you say you like those kind of tournaments. That's what we got here, but we got plenty of fish, though.
Absolutely. I love tournaments like that because you never know what's going to happen. You know, I grew up on the Ohio River where 6 to 8 pounds is a good bag. And then in the spring, when they're really biting, 10 to 12 pounds is good, you know. So I know exactly what it's like to fish on a body of water like this and have to grind. And one bite is going to make a huge difference. You know, a guy that's going to catch a 3 to 5 pound fish is going to set himself apart from everybody else that's catching a limit that weighs 5 or 6 pounds. So it's going to be an exciting event, I think, as far as that goes. And it's the fall, you know, there's going to be a lot of fish transitioning to go shallow. And I think the guy that, you know, puts a game plan together that mixes in a little offshore stuff, you know, forward-facing sonar type stuff, some brush pile stuff, and then gets up there and fishes shallow for that opportunity to catch a big one. I think we'll see that set the guy apart after 3 days for sure.
Absolutely looking forward. It's going to be a great tournament just on its own, but Ronnie, we've got so many other stories playing in the background here.
Yeah, 9 events, Tommy. We started all the way early February in the state of Florida, where these 200-plus anglers all had the goal of making the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we've put them through a gauntlet. 9 events this season, all over the country, 8 different states for 9 different tournaments, all 3 species in play throughout the season, and these anglers are all trying to make the top 9 in points. We've got a tie for that 9th place spot. Matt Adams, who you'll see today on camera, is tied with Bo Browning for that last spot. We'll see who makes it in, but we know a lot of guys are going to have some worries and nerves, but also dreams come true this week, and then they'll have to step up and face guys like Bill Lowen right around the corner in February at the St. John's River. Yeah, exactly. You're getting a little bit of a scope on who you're going to be facing next year, which is a great youth movement, but we're seeing a couple guys in their 40s as well. We're seeing a real diverse where they're from state-wise and the age and their background too.
Absolutely. And you know, I fished the Northern Division of the Opens this year, so I kind of got a preview of what's coming. You know, I hadn't fished an Open in 18 years, and like I said, I fished the Northerns, and what I seen coming, it was like, wow. So I fished the Opens for 2 reasons. 1, to try to qualify for the Classic, and 2, to see what was coming. And boy, what's coming is bunch of hammers.
Yeah, every year it seems like that.
Absolutely.
More and more. Suits, you've been crunching numbers with these guys for the past 8 months. As we come down to this 9th event, what's the number that matters the most to you?
Well, the 11 points from the last 4 guys are spread by 11, and they're tied. Matt Adams and Bo Browning, they're tied. Matt Adams caught a couple 4-pounders in practice. That is going to be such a difference. Right now, our big bass is a 2-pounder. So if somebody catches anything 3 to 4 pounds and they get a limit, they're going to make some noise.
Absolutely. Well, all these fishing venues that we go to have their own history with the professional bass anglers, but most of a lake's history, I think you all agree with me, is written in the spring when it comes to pro fishing tournaments, and in the summer maybe. This is a fall tournament, so we got things to learn about Lake Martin in the fall here, and I think it's going to be very, very fascinating when we get you back out there on the water and spend a day with these anglers and see just exactly how it's going to break down. But right now, we're going to keep you in Alabama, but not at Lake Martin. We mentioned one of the reasons we love the Bills here is he's a champion, Elite Series champion from Alabama. Let's take you to Lake Pickwick 2021. And here is Bill in action. Bill, you were part of the conversation throughout the entire tournament, and it was fun to watch. We followed you all day long, and that final day was something else.
It was definitely a fun event. You know, a lot of changes going on, floods, things like that. It was a long time coming for that win, and I feel like I haven't caught much since I had that win. You know, I feel like I might want to give that blue trophy back.
Well, we'll take you down to the final day and take a look at some incredible stuff.
Oh, Nancy. Oh, baby, stay on, please. You know, my whole career, I've always been voided of that big bite, you know, and to get that big bite on the final day was definitely a blessing from God. You know, I've always been that quiet, kind of laid-back guy, and to catch this fish and the excitement I had, just years of, you know, struggles.
Oh my gosh! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Holy moly! Oh my gosh!
Makes me get teary-eyed every time I see it.
You've been so close so many times. I think everybody in the whole fishing world was pulling for you on that day.
And we were worried, Tommy. Remember, he made an adjustment a little bit different in his area and had to adjust on that final day. And we were like, don't let it happen to Bill. He's had so many close calls. And when you caught that big one, Bill, we don't root for people in the studio, but man, we had a sigh of relief. We were like, that was the one. He now knows I probably got my first blue trophy.
Right. At that point, I didn't know, but it felt really good.
Out to Tucker Smith. Tucker starting with third place points today.
Little guy. About his keeper.
Largemouth and spotted bass.
I don't believe we've seen a largemouth caught yet, have we?
All spots.
A couple of anglers I talked to said, yeah, we can catch them in the morning, but there's going to be a good evening bite. So I don't mind having a late boat number this week because you get to fish a little bit later into the day and another bite develops, that bite window, and they said that's when we've seen a lot of the largemouth. It allows that sun to maybe establish, the shade to really get good, and those fish really to position a lot more predictable.
I think we see that a lot in the fall when that afternoon bite gets a little better. Like you said, it seems to position them better. The shade lines get different in the fall. I think
the shade starts earlier.
Yeah, where we're at in the country,
Double check. I'm pretty sure the size
that
limit's 12.
afternoon or midday bite seems to be really well. I know right now at home you get about a 30-minute bite in the morning, and then in that middle of the day it seems like everything in the lake wants to bite.
Paul Marks confirming that 12 inches is the size limit here on on Lake Martin for both largemouth and spotted bass. So that'll be keeper number 2 for Paul.
Austin Cranford is our first angler to a limit on Bass Track. He's got 6 pounds, 7 ounces.
Ronnie, have we looked at the numbers to see what we think is going to be a good weight. That mark that we're looking for the guys and probably need to hit is at 10 pounds.
A ton of people said 32 to 37 pounds would be the winning weight. So if you have 10 pounds, you're going to be all but right there in the top 10, shooting for the top 10. And you could be 10th going into the final day with 20, 21 pounds and catch a 15-pound bag and win it with 35, or something
Absolutely.
like that. But that they said there's going to be a log jam of anglers from 7.5 to 9 pounds, and so you don't ever want to be on the low end of that and be 30 spots, but only be a pound or two. It seems so close to reach out and grab it, but you're so far away.
They pulled our top 9 on what they thought the winning weight would be. I think Tucker Smith was one of the highest estimates at 37. So.
Yeah, it's been kind of slow, but I'm just looking for these groups of fish, and they're just swimming around in open water, so they're chasing a lot of bait, and they're not ever in the same place twice. So kind of just looking around for those fish that are chasing bait, and just gonna kind of bounce around today, and hopefully we land on them. But there's a lot of fish in this lake, so I'm just gonna keep bouncing around and try to catch as many as I can, and then if this doesn't work, we're gonna have to adjust and do something else. But usually when that sun starts coming out, they start moving around more, so we'll see what happens.
Tucker Smith of Birmingham, a former high school national champion, high
Those
school
last
All-American.
fish were in 50 foot.
Logan Martin's his home lake. He got second place there earlier this year. Missed out on the Classic by it's a win and in for the Classic for the Opens if you fish the full division. Missed out on that. But I would say a second home lake, especially during his time at Auburn, would be Lake Martin. He grew up on the Coosa, not far from Birmingham. Like we said, he now lives in Birmingham, but college at Auburn, that's the closest big city, I'd say, to the Lake Martin region.
Yeah, I spoke to him. He was pretty nervous about the move. He was looking forward to Hartwell because he knows that, half a pound, 3/4 of a pound could be 40 places. He's pretty fortunate and happy that we have 100 less competitors than usual, 220 down to about 121 right now this week. 100 less guys who could finish ahead of them and push them down the points.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually a decent. Terrible one.
Looked like they came up schooling for Dakota.
Oh, they're schooling in front of the boat.
Yeah, Tommy, if I'm trying to make the top 9 in points, I was shooting for a 10-boat tournament. That would be great.
Yeah,
secure your points and be good to go. But
way easier.
If only.
A little bit of sweating for these anglers for sure.
Austin Cranford, we've watched him on Bassmaster Live before. He's the man on top of our leaderboard right now. Dunaway and Andrew Loberg. Wagner, Adam Rasmussen, big player in the Bassmaster Classic earlier this year. We got a lot of stories to cover out there today. We continue with our Bassmaster Live coverage from Lake Martin. It's the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. Very, very important tournament, the end of the line for this long year of competition. Among the Opens, 9 spots in the Bassmaster Elite Series at stake here. This final event here, and that comprises that list you're looking at right now, our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ points. And that's where we started today. Easton Fothergill on top, commanding lead there, as a matter of fact, through Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner, Andrew Loberg, Paul Marks, Dakota Ebert, Evan Kung, Matt Adams, and Bo Browning tied for that 9th spot. Very, very, very tight competition for the last available spot. We'll see how it plays out today, tomorrow, and the next day.
One big thing, Tommy, you want the relief, the sigh of relief to make the top 9, qualify for the Elite Series your whole season. You come down from that high and do it. But the fight for the top spot means $45,000 to the winner of the points race. That's basically your Elite Series entries for next year. And you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about doing that. And that's what the AOI prize for the Opens is.
Tremendous season for Easton Fothergill. 2 victories out here.
2 little babies in the box right now. I guess the story for me all week has been I've yet to
he's
figure
had
out
a
the morning
storybook
bite.
year for sure.
I do have some deep fish that tend to bite in the morning, but for me all week long, the bigger bites have come shallow. So, you know, I got the deep fish in my back pocket if I do need them, but I'm gonna grind it out as long as I can shallow, just because my average bite up here has been 2 pounds, and you know I really have to grind and catch a bunch of fish out deep to catch a 2-pounder. So, but we're gonna do this for a little while longer, and then I might run deep and grab a limit for hopefully 7 pounds or so, and then we'll come back up here. And up here, you know, I really only need 5 bites on my jig, and I'll have a good bag. You know, I've been averaging about 11 pounds a day, so. And I've seen some big largemouth roaming up in the bank once the sun gets high, so, you know, I'm around the right fish. We just gotta put our baits in front of as many of them as possible, and hopefully the right ones grab on. But as small as the fish are, it's actually a pretty fun lake, so I'm enjoying myself. Hopefully we'll run across 5 nice ones by the time the day's over.
Bill, you said it, he has had a heck of a year even before the year started, but as far as this year goes, he started out with a 14th place at the Bassmaster Classic. How about that for a bracket qualifier?
Yeah, and you want to talk about last year, just making it to the bracket, team of the year, going through brain surgery before that, starting the season at Okeechobee, Tommy, and catching a 9-pounder on the final day. You're already in the top 10, and then it just goes to show whether it's shallow fishing or smallmouth fishing, whatever. And we go to Oklahoma, where he gets his first big breakthrough, which is a win.
Who does that on Lake Eufaula? A big 8-pounder out there. Unbelievable.
We talk about momentum all the time, and when you're riding that train, a lot of good things happen. You know, fishing's all about confidence, and when you're confident in what you're doing, it just seems like every move you make is the right move. But when you don't have that going on, every move you make is the wrong move, and he's definitely on the right side of that, and it showed all year long.
He had everything going for him, Tommy. He was the points leader. He already had the Classic shoot in for next year with the win, but he went to his home lake at Leech Lake. It was shortened to 2 days. He dropped 26 pounds on day 1, followed up with another huge day on day 2, and was able to win 2 opens in a season. And there's his season. Only blemish Santee Cooper that threw a lot of people for a loop early in the year. And there is a difference, Bill Lowen, between 115th and an 83rd. And so he was, of the guys who struggled, he struggled a little bit less than them, which is why he's got about a 30-point lead.
I'm just incredible. That win at Leech Lake may have been the biggest challenge of all of them. Winning on your home lake is never an easy thing to do.
That's always the toughest thing to do.
Let's get out to Evan Kung. No striper this time.
No,
Good
sir.
one.
I think a lot of our guys are going to be spending more time in the live well culling than they are fishing today.
Another little guy.
He fished a lot of team events with his dad growing up. He says his dad taught him to fish shallow, but he taught his dad how to fish deep. And that's what he likes to do.
It's always hard to teach a shallow guy how to fish deep or persuade him to go do that.
Yeah.
Another 1-pounder, you think?
Yeah.
It is a weird feeling when it can be discouraging. Another small one. These anglers just say that a lot today. But there is hope, Bill. Like, if it's a struggle for me, it's a struggle for others, and there's hope that one big bite for me can make all the difference in the world.
And Wagner hooked up again.
guy. Really just want to throw him back and get back out there. But
like we said earlier, I think this is going to be an event where you cannot be scared to make a change or pull the plug on what you're doing and try to do something different to get that bigger bite. I sit here and say that, and it's so hard to do that on the water, especially when you're catching fish after fish after fish. But if they're all the same size and you're not gaining any ounces, or you got to make an adjustment. And I think the guy that does that is going to be the guy that maybe holds the trophy up at the end of 3 days.
A long time reputation for Lake Martin was a place where you could catch them in a foot of water or 80 feet of water, and you can pattern them here, they say, but the pattern changes every day. You got to refine them. You got to refigure out that pattern. So we'll see how it works in this day and age now that they've got the greenback herring in the lake.
Yeah, that definitely makes the dynamic of a lake fish differently. I don't care where you're at in the country. If a lake has blueback herring in it.
I'm sorry, blueback herring. Greenbacks. Yeah.
I always say they act like stripers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If nothing else, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Ain't nearly as big as that last one that come up on it, but that's number 5. He's a nicer one. Bigger than some of them ones I got in there. Hey, I'm gonna circle back around. I just had a big one come up right behind the right back there on my bait.
A lot of heightened attention to the opens. Dakota's talking to
down this point.
Camera boat, documenting his whole season, him and Tristan McCormick.
A 1.5, boy.
We knew Dakota would be a problem this year as well, Tommy. We just didn't know if he'd be in the opens until 2 weeks before the first one. He said, you know what, it's late. Can I get in? I want to do them all. And boy, we knew that at the end of the year, he'd be in the top 10 most likely, and he is.
A good spot today, limit in the boat with in the first hour and a half of fishing. There's our points leader, Easton Fothergill, still looking for him to get himself on the board here. That is coming. You can just about bet on that based on his performance throughout the year. We have got a lot of anglers to run through today, a lot of fish as well. Stay with us. Back with our Bassmaster Live coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. Let's take a look at our standings. Well, that's actually our leaderboard as it stands right now. Per Bass Track and Austin Cranford holding down his spot at the top, but right behind him, we saw it just moments ago, Dakota Ebear filling out his limit early in the day. That is a great sign. Andrew Loberg, we're in the boat with him all day long. Mike McClellan, former Elite Series angler, moving up into our top 10. We see there. Ditto for Daryl Gleason, Adam Rasmussen, Alan Armour, been in this game a good while. Right now, what would it mean to these guys to reach the goal? And the goal for the top 9 points getters is to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, that to them means everything, as underlined on our Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk.
So the Elite Series would mean everything to me. I grew up in the Elite Series. I ran the roads with my dad for my whole life. I feel like at the Elite Series stage, sitting in the front rows, watching him, cheering him on. I feel like if I can make the Elites, my Classic will come one of these days. But first things first, I got to make the Elites.
To be on the Elites probably mean everything. It's kind of my goal. I don't even know how to describe the feeling I'd get if I qualified.
Ever since I was young, I've always wanted to be a professional fisherman. I come from a long line of fishermen. My dad, my uncles, my grandfather. I've slowly progressed myself to move out east, and now I'm here to try to pursue that passion I have.
Yeah, bass means everything to me. You know, from the high school to the college to the opens, I've taken those steps. I really just love bass fishing. I love being out here. It's the only thing that I love to do, and the only thing that I can continue to do and not get bored of.
My goal is obviously just to make the Elite Series and hopefully win a tournament and make the Classic, but the ultimate goal is always just make the Elites and to avoid a bomb of a finish.
You can't let bad days turn into bad tournaments, and you can't let a bad tournament turn into a bad year. So I'm just taking it day by day, trying to do the best I can with the opportunities that I have, and hopefully at the end of the year, we're right where we need to be to qualify for the Elite Series.
The moment I realized I wanted to be a professional bass angler is watching Bob Cobb when I was 5 years old. I can remember Larry Nixon catching big bass. I remember coming down and telling my parents, hey, I want to be a professional bass angler. They go, you don't want to be Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson? Nope, want to be a professional bass angler.
There's 2 videos that I've watched, I don't even know how many times. One's the Hack Attack Godzilla video.
Godzilla ain't got nothing on me right now.
And the other one's the Takahiro Mori from the 04 Classic.
I got gaw. I got gaw.
I would like to know how many times I've watched both those videos, just being like, I want to be that someday.
Tackle Warehouse Doc Talk. It does mean a lot to these guys, and the Elite Series is the goal, and it's going to be settled this week. That's what's making this important tournament even more important.
What's funny is Cody Meyer didn't want to be Magic Johnson, didn't want to be Michael Jordan. There will be kids wanting to be Cody Meyer. Same thing for Easton Fothergill. Right. He wanted to be those guys, and there's going to be a young generation looking up to these guys as we speak.
Yeah, our first look at Cody Meyer today, and what a great moment to check in with him.
Yeah, watching the Doc Talk brings back a lot of memories for me. In 05 when I fished, the Opens and the Everstart, trying to qualify for one of the tours, and knew how important it was, and was very fortunate that year to qualify for both tours. But my dream was always to go across that Bassmaster Classic stage, and I think that's been 18 years ago now. So
this is definitely
been a fun ride.
What you do to try to catch a big one on a place like this. I caught 1 2-pounder. I just lost a decent one and then got 2 little keepers, but we're just getting started. I've seen a couple.
Cody Meyer, let's go over to Evan Kung.
Another little one. Baby.
Heard that a lot today. A little one. How about Austin Cranford with the biggest one, a 2-pounder. He's up to 7 pounds 15 ounces. Increased his lead to pound 3/4. And how about Adam Rasmussen? He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass right now with a 2-pound 1-ouncer.
I'll say this: there's still another way to make the Elite Series, Tommy. And if you're a winner, we were talking about Mike McClelland, a former Elite Series pro. He's in the top 10 of our tournament. If you win this event and make the Classic, you can make the Elite Series by winning the Classic. And Adam Rasmussen almost did that. If you're a non-Elite Series angler in the Classic and win it, you make the Elite Series. It just hasn't happened. I don't think ever.
No.
And so that would be your entry.
Well, I didn't think about that. There is a workaround for that. Yeah.
Now, so I'm just.
That would be exciting to see happen.
Yeah. It'd have to be the next year, though, since we do the Classic after a couple of events.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Right, at some point today, I'll find them. But
right.
Need just one pretty big one. Would be really nice. But pretty tough lake. A lot of really tiny ones.
I would love to see us have more fall events.
100%.
Yeah.
The last 3 events in the Opens every year are always so compelling. It is, you just never know. There's so many techniques that come into play. A lot of our top 9 have been labeled as live scope enthusiasts or forward-facing sonar dominant anglers, and they are very good with that. But to see Emil Wagner throw a frog at Leech Lake and save his season, to see Paul Marks throw a buzzbait around, like a lot of these guys do a bunch of things. It's just when you're trying to win tournaments, you have to go into a different mode sometimes, and that is what we've seen them do. But some of these young guys, I mean, they've had to do it all through the college series, through the the BFL ranks whatever.
I think the fall time of the year opens that up to be able to showcase anglers' abilities. What was it, the COVID year that we had 2 events in the fall?
Yeah, we had 3
events,
3 or
maybe?
4. We had Gunnersville, Santee, Fork.
Spam call.
And yeah, obviously the weights are down, but it really doesn't matter. If we're catching 6 pounds or we're catching 26 pounds, you still got to catch them. Somebody's going to win, and like I said, regardless if the weights are high or low. And I think the fans of the sport don't get to see a lot of fall time fishing. And a lot of time, let's face it, to me that's the toughest time of the year to be very consistent. And when we can show the fans of the sport how to be consistent that time of the year, I think they truly get engaged in that and really like it.
Our elites had issues getting limits. We were shy a lot of limits in those fall events.
Absolutely.
That's always in the fall, you could catch a limit for 10 pounds or you could catch 3 for 18. You're going to see somebody do that this week. They might not catch a limit and they'll have 4 for 9, 10, and then the next day they catch a limit that's smaller than that. It just depends on that big bite.
Plus, everybody likes to watch buzzbait fishing online. We've been delivering the buzzbait fishing the last 2 tournaments, I'm telling you.
100%.
Yeah.
Elite Series pros, you'll be able to get in on some fall fishing next year if you want to. With the way our opens are adjusting and changing a little bit, they'll have 2 different 4 event divisions. So those 8 events, if you want to fish the whole season, you could fish those 8 events. If you make it in the top 50 in points, you'll qualify for the EQ portion, which is now going to be a 3 event, September, October, November kind of shootout. And you'll have 100 Opens anglers, the top 50 from each division. You'll have Elite Series pros that are trying to re-qualify for the elites if their season ends poorly. Or Elite Series anglers trying to make the Classic can also jump in those events. So you're going to have like a steroid-filled event with the best Opens guys, the Elite Series guys that are not wanting to get in a deer stand yet, and kind of have a 3-event shootout there.
I think what's so interesting about what we're watching right now is how we kind of lumped forward-facing sonar into that whole deep water offshore kind of deal, and every year it seems like the guys are figuring out how to catch them on forward-facing sonar shallower and shallower. As we see here, he's in 8 foot of water, scanning brush and isolated stumps and things like that. Where I think when this technology hit, we didn't think that would ever be an option, and it just keeps getting better and better and giving us the opportunity to catch fish that we maybe might not have caught.
Yeah, they started showing us that shallow stuff the first event of the year, Okeechobee even.
It always seems if you're within 150 feet of the bank, you might as well be on the bank, but now we realize that you don't have to be fully offshore. There's a lot of fish that'll just sit in the middle. They're not out deep, they're not on the bank, they're right where your boat should be positioned, so more catchable fish.
Well, we're getting close to completing the first couple of hours of fishing here on Lake Martin. Got a good race going on, and it will be carrying on through the next 3 days, so plan on being with us tomorrow also to start the day here on FS2. We'll get going with day 2, but we got day 1 to knock out first. Still a little bit left in the first quarter of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Day number 1 on Lake Martin, presented by 7. We got 120 boats out there. There is our unofficial standings for Bass Track. For right now, Austin Crampton been the man on top for quite a while, but Alan Armour, another Georgian, in the mix here. Moving on up into second place, Brian Finch, Dakota Ebert, Andrew Loberg. Topping out our top 5, Joey Nania, very familiar competitor through the years on these opens. Always.
He's another junior angler. He started out as a not even a teen. I can't even say teen. He was like 12, so he was before he was a teen.
We're going back into grade school before long, I'm sure. Andrew Loberg. youth standout back in the day in California. Had a great year this year.
Snagged. That's why. Got him right in the old head. That's a Lake Martin special right there.
Looked like he was throwing a wiggle
Skinny
wart.
little spotted bass.
With his limit out there today. Here's Evan Kung again. Still looking for his limit.
Got a little bit of a gut to it.
Another little guy.
I don't remember, Ronnie, from being there in the past. Does that lower end of the lake have a lot of deep water? You know, that 50, 60 foot?
Yeah, it seemed, I remember the 2018 Elite Tommy that we did live here. It was one up the river, but it was like those guys would be down lake catching numbers, spotted bass, more deeper drops in that winter. It was, the water was lower, obviously, because of the drawdown. It's supposed to be lower right now. It's only 6 inches low. But yeah, that bottom end, I mean, honestly, the way Lake Martin looks on the map, it looks like a brush pile already. It looks like a Christmas tree, the way it's set up, and that lower end definitely has more of this style of fishing.
Okay. Don't give up on me yet.
Was it 12 inches here?
Mm-hmm.
One, two?
Sure. They're not big by any means, but I might run into some big ones.
It's 3 keepers now for Tucker Smith. Keeps him in the top 20 for now.
Don't you know it?
Back to Matt Adams.
I always think the young guys are high strung, but I think Matt Adams is the oldest of our elite qualifier hopefuls right now, and he's the most high strung of the whole group.
I'd have to agree with you on that. It was
he and Cody Meyer both 41.
Right.
If that's, I don't know if he's big. He felt big, but I don't know. Spots feel big, so. It's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Come here, I need you. You will help. You're a freaking good one. Good one, good one, good one. Come here. Come here, come here. Oh, he's not as good as I thought, but he'll definitely help. It's a solid fish. For this place, anyway. Might be a 2-pounder. Maybe.
2-pounders are like gold right now.
I knew they're in there. I just wouldn't. They're not acting right. Let's see what he was.
I love it when you get excited about a 2-pounder.
Yeah, 2-pounder.
Dead on the nose.
Matt's been with that brush
That's
program.
more like the ones I need right there.
10 to 15 foot depth range. He'll go shallower
You know
as the
what's
day
scary?
gets on.
Is when that fish right there gets your friggin' heart going. That's terrible.
That's not terrible. That's awesome.
But it gets your heart going on this place.
That's the real world.
That's
It will
exactly
get
the
your
real
heart going
world,
on
you
this
know.
place.
Like, you know, we get so accustomed to
hard to come
catching 20 pounds a day. We go to the
Like
best
gold.
fisheries in the country at the best time of the year, and to see grinders like this, I mean, that's what I grew up doing. And you know, when people ask me what my favorite place to fish is, I always say the Ohio River because of this, because it's a grind. You know, when we go everywhere in the country, you know you're going to catch them. It's just, are they going to be big enough? When you go to the Ohio River, it's a fact matter of, are you going to catch one or not? You know, so I just love the grinders.
A lot of anglers know how to cast, know how to throw a spinnerbait, know how to work top water, know how to do these different things, but mentally staying tough. When you go and fish those tough places your whole life, every other day seems like a vacation, but for other anglers, they get so bummed and down on themselves on those tough events. I always say the Lake Norman guys, we have 6 or 7 elite guys from Lake Norman, and that's a 10 to 12 pound lake most of the time that they have to survive through.
I remember when I started on the elites, I'd, you know, listen to the doc talk and listen to the guys talk about, oh, it's so tough, I'm only getting 10 bites a day, and I'm like, I'm on cloud 9. You know, I had 15 bites today, and I thought it was just interesting to hear the guys, you know, the Texas guys and guys that were just so accustomed to catching so many big fish and so many numbers that they'd almost lose their confidence in the event before it even started.
My
To
home
me,
lake-
it was just another day.
My home lake doesn't even have 10 bass in it,
Right,
that's what you're telling
exactly.
them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they weren't telling you the truth.
No, they were telling you the truth, but you know, it was just like their confidence was gone before we even started the event.
The trick my roommate showed me is I'm putting these little tags on the dorsal fin here. These fish are so small, if you put those big cold clips in their mouth, it'll weigh them down. So I think that's gonna make a difference this week. If one of those little tiny ones dies on you, that'll really hurt you, and ounces count like this. So. That way they can still swim freely.
Two more to a limit for Easton Fothergill, a man who has been so dominant this year in these opens. Classic bracket winner last year, 2023.
Yeah, we kind of said he had a great 2024, Tommy, but every time we have him on live, we have to mention his great run started in January of 2023 when him and his partner Nick Dumke at Montevallo in college started their Team of the Year run. So they basically won Angler of the Year for the entire college series with their 2023 performance. They roll it into a 5th place finish at the national championship. They make the bracket, and a month before the bracket, he has a brain abscess, has to have surgery, gets cleared 3 days before the bracket to fish it, wins the bracket, makes the classic, wins 2 opens this year, and he's going to win the points race most likely.
I am starting to see fish start to set up on the brush a little bit better than what they were this morning. We just caught a 2-pounder, which for this lake's a good fish. You know, that you need 5 of them each day to have a decent bag on this place. There are some others in that brush that didn't want to cooperate, but they are starting to react the way I expected them to, and they're starting to set up like I saw in practice. So it's a long day. I've got a 3:40 weigh-in, so we're going to stay after it, and I'm going to continue to run the shade line. I think that if I'm going to get a big bite, a truly big bite, a 3.5, 4, 5 pound bite, I think it's going to come on top. And I think I've got enough brush and docks I can run that I can go catch them after the sun comes up. So we're going to stay on this pattern for a little bit, probably another half hour, and then we're going to start. We're going to lock a jig and a shaky head in our hand and see what happens from there. Like this brush pile's got them too. They're on this one too. Just weird that they ate the Demiki rig. They have not eaten that minnow. Not a good one. It's not.
Matt with 2 fish, looking to get his limit as fast as he possibly can, but he is going to go with that shade plan for the time being in hopes of getting a big one. A good one certainly would make a big difference out here. Something on the order of 2.5 pounds. That'd be a big one.
One practice, he reported he caught a 4 1/4
I heard that,
and a 5 1/4 pounder. Of course, he said that was the only fish he caught all day, the 5.
I really like his brush pile game plan.
Golly.
Looks like a good one.
Paul looking for fish number 4.
I didn't know what I'd hooked.
There's a good one.
I hooked a giant largemouth. I saw one right here the other day. It's a pretty good one.
Paul Marks has done so many different levels, from fishing Lake Lanier locally to he just won the BFL All-American on Cherokee Lake earlier this year. So he is. It just goes to show you that it's not just, hey, I fished this one series or I fished the college series. It's, if you're a great college angler, you're going to be fishing the opens at the same time like Tucker Smith or Logan Parks. If you're a local angler, you're going to try one of those national or regional trails. And to see it all come together for Paul this year, he has been fishing very well.
Well, we have so many options available now to keep you on the water, and all the anglers that are coming, they just get better and better every year.
I didn't catch the weight for that one. Looked to be 2 pounds to me.
Yeah, it looked like it
more,
as well.
Maybe a few ounces more, which really make a difference for Paul. That was, at any rate, keeper number 4 from him. Plenty more to come here from legendary Lake Martin here on the Tallapoosa River in Alabama. We'll be right back. 9 events of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open schedule this year. This one at Lake Martin is number 9. The end of the road, a long, long road for these anglers, sometimes as many as 200 boats or more in a tournament. We got 120 left in this one here at the season's end. Oklahoma's Austin Cranford, the man on top. Georgia's Alan Armour, though, right behind him, just by about 3 ounces. Joey Nadia of Alabama rounds out our top 3 as it stands right now. Early on, into the second quarter, if you will, of this 4-quarter game, which will take these anglers the first flight. Check in about 2:30 today. They're at the Wind Creek State Park. Out to Alabama's Matt Adams. Matt from Oxford, Alabama.
No, I know better than that. I'm gonna make that long cast, and that's when one's gonna bite. And on this stupid pop art, I'm gonna have a mess. I know better than that. I knew better than that.
Tommy, I was talking to Matt on the phone last night. I said, you have had the worst, best season ever because it has been such a roller coaster day to day for him. But on those tournaments where he hasn't done well, he's pulled it out on day 2 and gained a lot of points. And then he's made plenty of top 10s. He's almost looking for like a record number of top 10s in an open season. But Tommy, it has been one roller coaster for him.
Been pro bass fishing since 2006, goes back a while, but took some time off in 2012 to build up his company. Decided, man, I got to get back into it. I want to go all the way to the top. I want to go to the Elite Series, and man, he has been grinding on that, focused hard on it this year.
Yeah, he said he actually sold his boat and a lot of his gear back in the day when he stepped away and did more business ventures and family ventures. He said he's done every level of baseball except for play on national TV, and he said, I never get nervous, and I am very nervous going into the last event of the season.
Got 4.
Started great down at Okeechobee. Good you can see here it's Santee Cooper finishing 8th place.
Make 3 more to go with it. We'll have a good bag today. Big.
It seems like every other event, Tommy, early in the year, he'd have a top 10 at Okeechobee, a terrible one at Ouachita, good one at Santee, a bad one at Logan Martin, makes another top 10 here at Eufaula.
Yeah, 7th place at Eufaula.
Okay.
Maybe not so great at Leech Lake, but came back hard at the Mississippi River.
Man, and that Leech Lake could have been much worse, Tommy. He was much farther down on day 1, had a huge comeback on day 2 to be able to just survive. And then, yeah, we saw him again in the top 10. I said, blink and you see Matt Adams the next time you open your eyes. He's going to be on camera this year.
Let's go.
You can see that, like, every time he feels like he's got it dialed in, it is not dialed in the next one. But, man, you can't put a price on a 5th and 8th, a 7th and a 7th. That's Bill Lowen.
That's been like my whole career right there. I'm either doing good or I'm at the bottom.
Well, at least you get to do good.
Right.
See, that's
sometimes, yeah.
That's for sure.
Well, Bill, you're selling yourself short. Your nickname is Dollar Bill Lowen because of how good you were at consistently making checks, and that is something that is.
Well, I need to get back on that train. That's for sure.
Well, you'll be fishing your 200th Bassmaster event here
that
next
many
year,
already, huh?
Unbelievable.
Wow. Seems like it was just yesterday that it started.
I think I was looking back at some old Sam Rayburn in 06 when you were a rookie, first year of the Elite Series, and it was, I mean, you were baby-faced and
top 5, second ever Elite, man. You validated that making it to the Elite.
I lost a fish in that tournament. That's probably the biggest fish I'd ever had hooked. I'm thinking somewhere at least over 12 pounds. And that was back before I swam a jig on braid. And she broke me off right at the boat. And I'll never forget that fish. And I had Bob Seeley with me in the boat, you know, the big bass splash guy. And
Hall of Famer.
It swam by the boat. And he looked right at me and he told me, "You just lost a tournament." I'll never forget that.
Oh, my goodness.
You know?
We miss Bob Seeley. We lost him this year. Yeah. What a guy.
What's going on?
He knows big bass, that's
he
for
does.
sure.
Yeah.
And when Bob Seeley tells you that, you know, you just goofed up.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, that was a fun tournament. And now I swim my jig on braid all the time.
Who won that one? Is that Hackney?
Hackney.
Hackney won that one, yes. Haven't got to ask many anglers this, but earlier this year at Fork, almost broke the all-time weight record. You were a part of that event in 2008 at Falcon where the record was set. Was your mind blown just as much this year seeing those bags at Fork keep showing up as it was when you guys got to the weigh-in at Falcon and you're just like, this is unbelievable. I've got 24 pounds and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think I'm shocked every time that happens. You know, I think a lot of the people are as well. I could only imagine what Paul Elias may have caught if we'd had forward-facing sonar back then.
Yeah,
you know,
on an untouched gym that was just, you know, really coming up and gaining popularity.
Well, and then you take a lake like Lake Fork that's full of big fish because of the slot limit, and then we put forward-facing sonar on top of that and give you the ability to target nothing but better than average size fish. The weights are definitely going to go up. I think we've seen that over the last 3 years that the weights have gone up everywhere we go in the country.
It's hard to be efficient in that timber and deep, big tree. We're not just talking about deep sticks, deep, big trees that Falcon has, that Fork has, and some of those places. It's just
if we'd have had forward-facing sonar in that event, I think we'd have seen a weight that would never have got broken.
Fothergill, our points leader. You got to say it's a pretty good bet to make it to the elites next year. to put it mildly. How much can he win if he wins the points race this year, Ronnie?
$45,000.
$45,000.
Last year they had no payout for the overall points winner in past years, but last year it went up to $10,000. JT Tompkins beat John Garrett out for that, and then this year it went up with the more eyeballs and focus on it. Like we said, there are some opens anglers like Dakota Eber and some others have camera crews following them around to document this gauntlet journey to try to make it to the top level.
Lake Martin's been around for 100 years.
Hey there.
Those guys are recent arrivals here.
100 years old.
100 years old. This lake was originally, when it was opened, it was the biggest man-made lake in America.
Wow.
That was 1926. So 100 years of Lake Martin will be celebrated here in a couple of years. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Scenes of Lake Martin here. It's kind of on a line between, let's say, Montgomery, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia, a little bit north of that line here. The state of Alabama. It's been a long time recreational paradise for the people of Alabama. A lot of folks from Birmingham have houses here. All over. We got some fancy houses and some great boat docks for fishing and a lot of brush piles. We're seeing all of that play today. We will see if we haven't seen it yet. Let's get back out to Matt Adams. Brush pile is definitely part of his strategy today. Got to land a big one in a real battle for that 9th spot, the last spot in the opens with Bo Browning.
That's a better fish. He's not big, but he'll go in the box. No, he's not better. That's what happens when you don't get bit that often, though. Hey. They might not be very big, but they mean. I'm for sure he's 12. But... Oh, yeah.
Bill, I'm surprised that fish even got a chance to fight.
Absolutely.
Them
were the best ones, the ones that come straight in the boat.
Yeah, he crossed his eyes on that one.
The longer they're in the water, the more time they have to come off.
1 pound on the nose. Good night. Begging.
I want to bottle up some of his energy.
You'll hear him in a couple coves over next year. What was that?
Right.
Somebody shoot a shotgun.
You know what, though?
That's
That's what we do it for.
Oh,
you know
no
what I mean?
doubt.
If you lose that, then you need to find something else to do. You know, and it like he said, doesn't matter if it's a 1 pounder or a 5 pounder. When it's an important bite, they get you excited.
A largemouth. Heck, it's a keeper. It's not very big, but there's a couple more with it I saw. We're going after largemouth, but we want bigger ones than that for sure. But we'll take it. Number 4. About 1.5 pounds. Like I say, not the right one, but you got to start somewhere.
Cody Meyer, what a year's made every cut but one. You think about these 200 boat fields, that's an achievement right there.
I think we'll have to get into it later this week and later today about, he said he's going for largemouth, but he looks like he's fishing in a lot of places that people catch spotted bass as well, and how it's a simple fine line, Bill, of I'm fishing the front side of the dock, and I'm fishing for largemouth, and maybe I'm fishing the end of the dock and there's going to be more spotted bass. How it's not just regionally on the lake where you're located, it can be on a specific spot as well.
Well, and so many of them docks have brush piles planted around them that are going to come into play as well. But as you know, this is a lake where, like you just said, spots could be on there, largemouth could be on there. You got a lot of options. It's a target-rich environment. Definitely plenty of docks to fish. So historically, over the last few years, does the lake have a reputation for having any of the big spotted bass in it still, or?
I think obviously they'd probably be considered more unicorns than the standard, than even, and not to throw out names of other lakes to dog it or anything, but the Hartwells and the Laniers and Smiths that are the spotted bass capitals of the South, those have giant capabilities. I think there's just a bunch of spotted bass in here, but we haven't seen that average size really elevate over the 2.5, 3 pound range.
I think we talked about this a little before when we were here in 18. Was that right, when Takahiro won?
Yes.
But I mean,
and now he's on the end of the dock, the same dock, and he catches a spot.
Catches a spot.
He was
We
a
just talked
largemouth.
about that. Yeah.
Like I
I
said,
caught a
Thanks,
5 pound.
Cody.
I caught a 5 pound spot here in 18 during
Wow.
practice.
And that was February.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shallow on a square bill. But then I caught a 7 pound largemouth. 2 unicorns, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, exactly. And you could try to get away from it, Tommy. You could go up the river. But spotted bass love current too, so even when it necks down and gets more current flow, you could run into spotted bass up river as well.
I think that can be said for every spotted bass lake in Alabama. You can catch them on the lower end all the way up to the headwaters of the river, or anywhere in between. Lots of options.
Fifth fish gets Cody Meyer in our top 10. Daryl Gleason just jumped in there with his limit fish as well.
Been to every one of our opens this year is Daryl Gleason.
I think Daryl has fished every single open for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because he fished every open to make the Elite Series, and while he was on the Elites, he fished the full gamut. 9 Elites, the Classic, and 9 Opens. He was fishing 18 to 20 events a year and kept it up this year as well. He had a stash up north, though. He had the Northern mustache.
They're totally different.
But he finally
Totally
shaved
different.
it, I think. So he's back to
really?
old
I didn't
Daryl.
see a picture of him with a mustache. That's funny.
Oh, it was distinguished for sure.
Couldn't recognize him hardly.
Gosh, dog, dude, it's a big one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Please, dear Lord. Please, dear Lord. Yes! Look at that! Thank you, Lord. That's the bite I've been looking for all morning long. I've been throwing that top one.
That fish should weigh 5 pounds.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look what just happened. Oh my gosh, that's a game changer. It's skinny as a rail, but it's heavy enough. Dude, that is a blessing from the Lord above right there. Thank you, Lord. Oh my gosh. Dude, this fish is a game changer.
You want to talk about 5 pound limits, Bill? This could be a 5 pound cull. He had a 1 pounder.
Man. Dude, it's almost 4 pounds. It's like three and 3/4.
It should be a 5 1/2.
But he's adding 2.5, 2 3/4 to his
dude.
smallest fish was a 1.2 or a 1.4.
A 3 pound cull get him close to 10 pounds. And the lead, of course.
Dude, unbelievable. Thank you.
there's the fish that you need. Everyone said shooting for 10 pounds will have you in a good spot, and now Dakota Eber at 10 pounds with the rest of the day. No telling what tomorrow can bring, but he's already separated himself with that one bite.
For those guys, you know, and that's why the tournament got switched, because of the other hurricane in South Carolina, you know, that went through there. So a lot going on, but I'm glad to be here on Martin. Thankful they were able to switch the tournament here, and I'm really thankful after that bite.
I haven't looked. Are the weather conditions going to be kind of the same? Do we have any weather coming in, or?
I think they're the same all the way through. Maybe a little wind one of the days, but not much.
Well, wind's definitely going to help.
Yeah.
You see in Alex City, going to be a high of almost 80 today, low of 50 by tomorrow morning, high of 75 tomorrow, and then 50 and 79 on Saturday. Winds all less than 10. Today actually is the highest wind day.
Today's the wind.
Today is the highest wind
kind
day.
of early in the morning. But Dakota Eber with that 4-pounder right on top, almost 4 pounders, 3 3/4 pounds. Big, giant game changer for Lake Martin, no doubt about that. Unseating Austin Cranford and Alan Armour. And big lead for him right now. We have got things happening, things popping on Lake Martin. Be right back. Good Thursday morning to you. It's live bass fishing this morning. St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin. The Bassmaster Opens and the second tier right below the Bassmaster Elite Series. And one of the big stories today is 9 of our top points getters throughout this 9-event season on the Opens are going to be among that top 9 at the end of the day on Saturday, because they will advance to the Elite Series. They'll be fishing at the top level next year. Dakota Eber made a big argument for his going to the Elites this year just moments ago with an almost 4-pounder. That is a game changer size fish here on Lake Martin. He has got a terrific limit. He was into our 3rd hour fishing already.
He was right there neck and neck. The closest anyone's been to Easton Fothergill all season long was him going into Leech Lake.
Yeah, Leech Lake.
And on day 2, when it was a shortened event to do, him only catching one keeper had him plummet to the 90s.
I don't want to get distracted
7th
chasing around
to 94th, Ronnie.
On bait right now, because right now is the time we need to capitalize on this morning bite. Try to see if we can catch one more like that.
Dakota, of course, a well-traveled bass angler. He's won $1 million on other tours. He has certainly been around and certainly proven his bona fide qualifications for fishing at the top level. Is just the Bassmaster Elite Series is the one level that he is looking to attain this year, and of course he has done very well at it this year. Former rodeoer at Tarleton State University in Texas.
I got to know Dakota in college in that 2013, 2014 time period where we overlapped. I was graduating and he was starting college. Covering him at Tarleton State, I knew that he had what it took, but the question is, would he be able to go outside of Texas and do it? That's his home background. That's where he was. He really challenged himself, Tommy, outside of Texas, even going up and fishing divisions, just smallmouth fishing to get good up north. Dakota has used the last few years to really fine-tune his craft, and you can see how consistent he is. And to think that his worst finish of the year, he went into that final day, the 94th place at Leech Lake. He went in 7th place, like Such said. It would have been one of his best finishes of the year, and it turned out to be his worst just because of that poor day, too. But
he was 2nd place in EQ points for 4 tournaments, only 1 point behind Fothergill after St. Clair.
Still in all 6 out of 8 cuts. In this format, with this competition he's up against out here, that is just unbelievable. Just
Absolutely.
a great job. A testament to how good he really is. And of course, he had that reputation coming over here.
And we talk about cuts. When we talk about the Elite Series, 100 anglers, 50th is the cut line we talk about. For the Opens, to get a check, it is 45th. And so he has 6 of 8, Tommy, but he had a 46th place finish. So he's really had, I mean, absolutely 7 in the top 50.
Yeah.
That's 7 top 50s is incredible.
When you take into consideration that we have 200 plus boat fields,
versus 100 or less than 100
it's
or less.
extremely tough. Like I said, this was my first year in 18 years fishing open, and I was just blown away at,
Where'd you guys come from?
Boats, the competition, you know what I mean?
Oh Lord,
the long hair.
It
by
was,
these young guys. Everybody's got long hair. These
Baby
days.
faces.
It was Wagner filling out
Like
his limit.
Martin special.
I'm amazed that except for Fothergill and Meyer, everybody else in our top of the points has had a really bad finish. 100th place for Tucker Smith, 144th. Emil Wagner, 189th in the third event. Santee. Loberg has a 95th.
Are we sure? Did Emil fish at Santee? 189th. That is tough. Tough.
You just about have to
Wow,
skip
Ronnie.
to get down that far.
Every single day of competition after that Santee Cooper event has been so crucial for Emil. And even Leech Lake, we had him on camera. He was in the top 10 after day 1. But to see him go catch a good one, a good smallmouth, and then go for a few hours with no fish, he changes gears and catches 2 largemouth, flipping shallow cover, then gets back out there and catches 2 good smallmouth to fill his limit. It was like, okay, is this kid going to die out here on this pattern? Or is he going to adjust it this late in the season? And he has proven. He's a former BFL All-American as well. We talked about Paul Marks. He won last year.
Hartwell.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why he was so bummed that we moved it from
Well,
Hartwell.
yeah, I would think so. But top 25 in all but one tournament. But that one tournament is what torpedoed his point status, kept him out of the top.
They've been following him all season long in the AFTCO boot camp. Kind of watching his whole season and how it goes as he travels. We need a camera crew to follow Matt Adams' whole season.
Enjoyed his tournament updates. He gives a video post almost every morning or afternoon before the event's telling you what's going to happen or what has happened, what he's got going on, like his 4 and 5 pounders he caught.
You're telling me I didn't even need to call him Such. I could have just watched his video this
Right, exactly.
morning or
That's
last
it.
night. It just saved me 20 minutes.
Instead of running up a huge phone bill, Ron, come on, think about the company.
I still got to buy minutes,
Let's get back out to our points leader, Easton Fothergill. Bit of a slow start, very early today, but he took care of that before too long. Oh, got one in the boat. Not a bad one.
That's number 5, I believe.
4 more.
Like we heard him say earlier, he's waiting on that sun to get up and get his fish positioned. I believe he said he was fishing some brush pile stuff with a jig. I think we're going to hear that a lot about that better than average fish coming out of those brush piles.
240.
240. Yeah. 240 would equate to a 2.6 or so, 2.7.
That's a giant.
That is
Yes, sir. Easton Fothergill, proven he can do it in Alabama as well. So, man, where can he not do it? This is a pretty impressive guy. Let's bring in an Alabama angler from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wesley Gore, I think, is standing by, and we've got him on the phone, or we got him in a picture? We got him on the. There we go. Okay, there he is. There's Wesley. Wesley, great season. First of all, congratulations, top 10 Angler of the Year points. man, that's a tremendous, very impressive performance in your freshman year out here. But let's talk about Lake Martin. What do you know about Lake Martin, and what are you seeing out there today?
Well, I've spent a few days down there, and can y'all hear me by chance? Okay, sweet. But I've spent some days down there. It's overall it's a pretty tough fishery. I mean, a 2 to 3 pounder is going to be the ones they're looking for. If they can manage to get 5 fish over 2 pounds every day, they'll be in the competition. Especially if they can catch a real big one to go with it. It's got big ones swimming around in it, just like any lake that you go to. But they're just really, really hard to pattern or even consistently catch. I mean, I think I looked at some of the local tournaments from this past week, and to break the 12-pound mark, you had to have a 5 or 6 pounder. But you're probably going to see that as the day goes on, the people that are going to start transitioning towards the bank, much like Easton. I've talked to him this week about I was wanting to know what his game plan was, and I think he nailed it dead on the head. He knows that the fish are getting shallower and shallower as the day goes. There's wolf packs swimming around. I mean, that's how you're going to see the stuff go down. You're going to see some bigger ones get caught after lunch for sure.
Wesley, I got a question for you. You were in this position last year. You were sweating it out at the Harris chain, right there, middle of the top 9, hoping you didn't fall. Now you think a year later you had a top 10 in the Elite Series, your rookie year, and you still didn't win Rookie of the Year. How incredible was that group that you fished against in the Opens as they made their way to the Elites this past season?
I mean, the Opens run was pretty exceptional, but I think the Elite Series run was even more crazy. I caught them better this year than I have in a long time, and you just couldn't ever get ahead of them, much less even catch up with them. I mean, it was just insane. But this new group that's coming in is going to be just as good. I mean, I know several of them pretty well, if not most of them, and they're all really good. I mean, I grew up fishing against Tucker for a long time. He's always won a bunch of stuff, especially. He's won, I think, is it 3 national championships? I don't want to discredit him. Is that right? In high school, yeah. And then he's won a college national championship. I mean, he's won a ton of stuff. And then I'm familiar with Emil and then Easton as well. I went to school with him for some time. So I know that those guys are going to it'll be just changing for them. I mean, it'll be the same thing. It'll probably make them catch them better, honestly. Because, I mean, I can tell you that that's what it done for me. I mean, it just makes you so much more comfortable. I guess not having to worry about getting there, you can just focus on fishing more. I mean, and not worry about everything else around you, and it allows you to actually have a little bit better peace of mind.
Well, Wesley, we appreciate it. We're glad we caught you today checking out your future competition on Lake Martin there, and we appreciate your opinions on it. And thank you so much, and good luck in 2025 with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Wesley, man, we talk about all the levels, Tommy, of competition that these anglers can do. He was a high school standout with Zeke Gossett. I remember him back in the day. Okay. They go on to college. He does well there. Steps away from college, fishes really strong at the ABT level, which is the local Alabama trail, and then makes the Opens and the Elite Series look easy. So every stepping stone, it's not easy to get there.
Well, we were talking earlier about Dakota Eber starting the day 7th place in points. He had not finished the job of qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series, taking a big step in the last hour. Welcome back to our live coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin here on Bassmaster Live. Alexander City, Alabama is our host town here. We're in East Central Alabama. It's been a good while since we've had Bassmaster Live from Lake Martin, enjoying the trip back here. It's a very unique place. Different sort of setup, different baseline for the size of keepers and so forth, and what's going to be competitive out here. We're learning as we go today. Trying to get reacquainted with this legendary lake. Let's get out to Georgia's Emil Martin. Excuse me, Emil Wagner on Lake Martin. One.
Yes. Fired up about 1.5 pounds, let me tell you. If that. Not even. 41.
Emil getting it done out of here. Born in Denmark. Fished for Ole Miss in college. Guy on Lake Lanier. Now he's trying to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's hooked up again.
Dude, that is a big one. No, he's
sure was fighting like a big one.
400 feet of line out when he bit. I don't know what's going on here.
Got to be better than a 1 pounder, and he's got a lot of those in the live well. Find out later if that was any help for him. Back out to Evan Kung, still shy of a limit.
Tiny one.
Got that limit filled out for Evan Kung, Toronto area up there in Ontario, Canada. Let's get back out to Idaho native Cody Meyer.
Dakota A-Bear still leading behind that almost 4 pounder, 9.5 pounds. Dalton Smith comes up to second place with 9 pounds even.
Gosh, I thought it was bigger. I don't even know if that's going to help. I think it's going to call that first one. Let's see. That's where it's supposed to be. But it's not the right one. I really thought that was going to be a largemouth up there. It's an aggressive 15-inch spot.
Ronnie, that's what we talked about before. Spots and largemouth being on a dock together. That spotted bass right there was exactly where there should have been a largemouth. You know, under the walkway, in the shade.
And you could come back tomorrow and catch a 3-pound largemouth in that same spot.
Yep.
I mean, it's definitely going to call.
And I bet you we're going to see that happen.
I think I've seen you in the state of Alabama. Maybe it was Gunnersville in a classic, catch like 9 fish off the same dock post in a row.
Absolutely.
I think I saw
name of the
that.
game on this place is...
I have a tendency to find that one dock that has like 10 or 15 fish on it.
And everyone seems to be fishing the docks behind you, and
Right.
they're like, ah, dang it.
Move on, will you?
Right.
So Matt Adams said, he got in a rotation behind Easton Fothergill at Leech Lake, and that is not a guy and not a lake you want to get behind a rotation on him on. And
I literally think he's bigger than that one though. Just to get a fresh fish. Just to get a fresh guy.
Yeah, when you get on a bad rotation, it's never good. And you have no idea really that it's even happening.
Right, yeah, oh yeah. Most of the time you don't,
Yep.
right? so many of these keepers so close in size, and Loberg kind of giving us a little clues to his management techniques. We want to replace a fresh one with one that's been in the live well for a couple hours, which kind of makes sense. You want to do your best at fish care, and that's part of the process.
Yeah, it's very important to keep them alive and take care of them.
They're both the same size. Keep the newer one. Let's take a look at Andrew Loberg from Grant, Alabama, originally though from California. Grew up on Folsom and Clear Lake.
Loves fishing with a jig. That's one of his favorite baits. And at Eufaula, he got to put to work, you know, every single one of those rocks right off of, you know, you can see the bank that he's fishing not far from takeoff, but those rocks, look at the size of the shad they were eating there, and he came up just close enough to a classic he could taste it, but not quite. Second place to Easton Fothergill. But overall, very, very consistent. Santee threw a lot of our guys for a loop, and the weather there, the fishing was much different at Santee than people expected, and people got in bad rotations there as well, Bill, and just found themselves on the wrong side of the cut line.
Did keep it under 100. That's important. If you're going to go high, don't go through the roof. Certainly kept himself in the game.
We are okay with double-digit finishes, Tommy. We're really
Not
good
so
with
good,
single digits, and we really hate triple digits. You just stay away from the triple digits.
We hate them for sure. I had quite a few of them this year.
Little guys. We got to get out of this spot. I think he's bigger than that largemouth. These spots do not want these tags.
Catching continues on here at Lake Martin in Alabama. Dakota Ebert, the man who has risen to the top, first man to top 10 pounds, and everybody talking about, hey, that's your weight for the day. That's a good start for Dakota Ebert, but he's going to catch some more, no doubt about that. Dalton Smith of Kentucky moving up into the second place, and Austin Cranford of Oklahoma right now in third. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Live coming to you from Lake Martin for this St. Croix Bassmaster Open here, the last of the year. Some kayak action going on out there. Big recreational lake is Lake Martin. And speaking of kayaks, we have got the Omaha Rightwaters Bassmaster Kayak Series going full speed this year. Got one big tournament coming up here in less than a couple of weeks. Coming to you from Caddo Lake, Shreveport, Louisiana. Going to be a good one there. And I think I read the other day that they are going to have their national championship next year in Texas, right around Classic time when we're Ray Roberts here with the Elite Series. Wait for it, at Lake Fork.
Yes.
How about that?
That fits perfect for, obviously, Lake Fork is a catch-weigh release because it has a big slot limit. You can have weigh tournaments there, but it's very difficult. That Classic that they do for the Kayak Series is a measurement one. So just catching all you can catch with them. Oh, it's going to be a great one there.
Absolutely, yeah. Put that on your calendar for sure.
Except that time of the year.
Bassmaster.com too.
Tommy, that time of the year, though, you might catch an 18-incher that's a 6-pounder. Yeah. And the inches don't do it justice on how big it was.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's harder to impress people, but I think the visuals are going to say it all.
Be a good place to get pulled around in a kayak for sure.
They got some in there that can pull a full bass boat around. So.
Like he visually saw that one cruising.
I don't know if he saw it with his eyes or saw it on sonar. I know he's trying to get back in there for sure. Where are you?
There's like 20 of them this size right there.
Well, Easton, not surprisingly, knocking on the door to the top 10 here on this first day of competition, Lake Martin.
His closest pursuer in the Tackle Warehouse EQ Points Angler of the Year race, Cody Myers, in our top 10, but Fothergill's right there, not letting up any ground at all, hardly.
It's still crazy, though, the fact that Easton could get he could get 37th and make a check and another great finish and lose because Cody Meyer could be in the top 10. So it's one of those things of, I don't trust my nearest competitor, not because they're deceitful, because they're so good, Bill. Like, it's like, I can't. Right. 20 points these days is nothing to make up. We saw Chris Johnston go from 31st entering day 3 at the St. Lawrence River, and he ends the tournament in 4th and wins Angler of the Year because of that big jump on one single day. He made that jump. So.
Well, he had 29 pounds. So.
Well, yeah, I mean. Well, here 11. That's
yeah. Somebody
the equivalent of 29.
13-pound day
27.
Here. How far will they jump?
Context.
That's how we always stress how important one day can be, or one bite. And it all shakes out and it shows up at the end of the season. You can look back and remember, oh man, that one fish I lost or that one fish I caught made all the difference.
I can't believe we didn't catch one of those.
I feel like one thing that separates, and you can speak to this, Bill, that separates someone who's going to make that jump and qualify for the Elite Series and someone who just can't seem to get out of the mud. You know, they're just stuck. They'll have a good one, have a bad one. Is just putting yourself in a good position to succeed. It's not always being on the winning fish. You're not always having the right bait. It's being comfortable and putting yourself in that position, and it just happens.
You're exactly right. You know, and we always say, you know, you kind of put yourself in your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and like you just said, it's not always about winning. It's about, you know, look at my career, for example, about just being very consistent. And that's the way, you know, when I fished the Opens back in the day to qualify for the Elites, just being consistent. And then once I made it to the Elites, being consistent. And I feel like when you stay consistent and you just keep yourself in your comfort zone, you fish to the best of your abilities.
Enough shots on goal, and then a win will pop up.
Well, absolutely. You know? So you hope so.
Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, I use my win, for example. It popped up, and I kind of changed my whole game plan and tried not to be so consistent over the last few years and maybe go for that win. And I think it's time to go back to being consistent again.
Extremely hard to come by, but we started the morning with a crankbait and a topwater. My biggest bites in practice came on a Berkeley Chapo, but it's a tough deal to do because you're liable to go hours without a bite. And when you're in my position and you just need a solid event, I'm leaning towards just fishing all this brush and trying to catch as many as I can. But that's the game plan as of now. We're gonna see if we can pull up to maybe somewhere between 8 and 10 pounds, and then we might go throw that topwater some more.
And it's cool, Ronnie, to sit here and watch on the outside looking in, watching these guys, how confident they are in what they're doing, and that's almost like watching seasoned veterans. Yeah. You know, they make really good decisions. They're calm. You know, we listened to every one of them this morning start out with a game plan, and they're sticking to it. Yes, you know, none of them, not seen anybody want to start spinning out or anything yet, but it's cool, kind of just to sit here and watch.
Watching some of Emil Wagner's season here. That's his big finish on Logan Martin, 4th place. That was a big one. That was big. And
we talked about how Emil has had a really great season overall. Hadn't seen him on camera a ton, but the couple times we have, he has definitely shown out. And the ability, like they're confident in their game plan, but willing to change when they realize I could run into a brick wall today and just not go well. He had a topwater deal going at Logan Martin and then dialed it in offshore, and there he was fishing smallmouth, then switched to largemouth. And like Such said, look at all those finishes. Top 24
top
in
25
every event except for Santee.
And he's 91 points back of our EQ points leader. If he would have just made the cut in that event, he could be leading.
If he just got a top 100.
Yeah.
If he just got
100 points.
If he had 2 digits, think of where he'd be. But hats off to him anyway.
Absolutely.
That is a phenomenal year. And he's getting the job done. He's got 6 pounds plus right now, not even halfway through the day. So
we look at those 100 and something place finishes, and that is so easy for that to happen. We made our career out here fishing, but it is so easy to have an off day and finish in last place. And I don't think people realize that.
Especially at a place like Santee Cooper. It's one of the best big bass places, but in the spring, you could be a late boat number, head in to go catch some sight fish. Those fish be occupied by other anglers or be gone the next morning. You go get on some trees and start skipping trees, and you're behind a guy who's skipping trees and not getting first dibs at it. And then all of a sudden it's noon, and you haven't had first dibs at anything, and you don't know what to do. And especially with the wind and the weather, that can affect that place. That final day, Tommy, with Kyle Austin. I mean, if he wasn't completely sure and being someone who knew Santee well, he could have spun out so easy.
Oh, sure.
It was storming so bad and so much wind.
He knew the special place.
Yeah, I'm just trolling to another set of brush up here.
We're going to let Emil fish on here, see if he can make it to 10. Now, we're in Alabama here, which is a great bass fishing country, but you look at the top half of the country, the state of New York is hard to beat. I mean, that is bass fishing heaven. There is no doubt about it. Home to 6 of Bassmaster's top 100 bass lakes. With the St. Lawrence River topped that list, in fact, last year. 2023, 7,500 lakes and ponds, 70,000 miles of rivers, coastline, saltwater, everything. World-class fishing all the way from Buffalo in the west to the Adirondacks in the east. I love New York. That's what people who love bass fishing say. That is for sure. Stay with us. We'll be back in Alabama momentarily for more Bassmaster Live. Bassmaster Live coming to you from Lake Martin in Alabama here. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Reels. Alexander City is our host city. Dakota E-Bear is our tournament leader unofficially. Right now as it stands, but I think it's pretty close to being official. Caught a good one here, almost a 4-pounder, which is beyond the gold standard here. That's a game changer standard out here in the past hour, and has really rocketed to the top of that leaderboard, but plenty more time left to fishing. We have not even reached the halfway point of this day yet. Take you right back out to this 44,000-acre Lake Martin, almost 100 years old. Was the biggest man-made lake in America when it was filled up in 1926. Andrew Loberg may be 26. Actually, he's a little more than 26 years old.
Just turned 30, yeah.
Just turned 30, that's right. Getting it done today in 11th place so far as it stands. Part of those 9 trying to remain at the top of the Tackle Warehouse EQ standings and make it to the Elite Series.
A little bit. Stop that. Compared to the 2 that I got in the live well, this is not a bad one. Hit spot lock real quick. Not bad. Wish these guys were just a little bit chubbier. They're just skinny out here, man. Take them, man. That pumps me up. Just got to keep hitting a bunch of brush. Now to figure out which one of these guys is gonna go.
Got to look after every ounce in this competition. An ounce could mean places in your finish at the end of it all. Could have a big effect on your bass fishing future. Back over to Paul Marks.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line, and like you said, 1 ounce could be huge.
I think you made a prediction, Bill, that a lot of these guys are going to spend a third of their time today just weighing fish,
Culling,
and for good reason.
Yeah. And this is an event where you need to be extremely careful while you're culling, because this could be an event where you could easily make a culling error and have too many fish in the live well. Catching so many fish and spending so much time in the live well, it could happen very easily. We don't wish no bad luck on anybody by no means, but just you have to be extremely careful. Especially when you're catching so many and dealing with a little fish, it could be hiding back in the corner of the live well or something, and you just getting excited, so much on the line. It could happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but this could be an event where it could happen very, very easily. You always say, well, I'm never going to make a culling error, but it happens. It's happened to me. It's happened to a lot of us.
I think the only person who's never said, I'm not going to make a culling error is Brandon Polinick. I think he's the
leader in all that, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's still every time he has, I think it's a routine. Every time he has a culling infraction, he wins the tournament. So that's not too bad.
Right. Usually during a big flurry as well. So I can
hope they can see live scope on live.
Got to make sure you're in the right state too. Avoid some infraction.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hopefully they don't get smart.
Yeah, I think we changed the rule on the culling deal after I made an error at Lake Oneida.
Some stripes, maybe.
I think that's when we changed from
Did you used to lose your
your big fish or however that
Yes.
was to going to the 2-pound deal. That was right after I did that at Oneida. I wish that would have been the case then, because then I wouldn't have got disqualified for that day.
You said guys have had bombs. Paul Marks has had 2 finishes in the 100s, 118th at Santee. He was actually, after 2 events, leading our point standings. He's coming into this one 6th place. Pretty good shot to make the elites.
Yeah, he started off with 2 top 10s at Okeechobee and Ouachita.
And he was like 19th before he reeled off 3 top 12s to get back inside our top 10 to potentially qualify for the elites next year.
Evan Kung starting the day in 8th place for points. 5 fish in the live well and an estimated 5 pounds. So
5 for 5.
That's
makes me feel like I'm at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I tell people you can win the tournament at home with 6 pounds, they laugh at me.
He's fatter than my smallest one. I don't know if he's 12 inches though. 14-incher.
It's got to beat a pound.
Helps a little bit. Green. Bleeding a lot. I have to watch them. That's what they're eating.
Paul Marks with a slight upgrade, but as we say, we keep stressing that every ounce counts. You cannot discount any little piece of advantage you can get. A tournament like this, very, very important tournament it is. We've got 120 anglers out there. Most of them have been with this all season long, and this is the big finale to their season here. From the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens 2024, we're headed for the halfway point on day number 1 when we come back. Live coverage continuing. St. Croix Bassmaster Open, Lake Martin. final tournament of the season. 9th of 9 events during this course. 2024. And there, unofficially, is your leaderboard with Dakota Ebear, one of our overachievers, definitely throughout the year. Sitting on top of that leaderboard, making a play to win the last one. But there's a long time to go before we get the final weigh-in. That's coming up Saturday. 3 days longer, these events. We're going to have the coverage for you. Now let's just call Dakota Ebear our Mercury move of the day. And we all know about that biggest move of the day, Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. You see the 1.5, the 1.5, the 114. The 114s aren't too shabby. He wouldn't mind weighing those in.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of as many 1.5s as possible. They are littered in Lake Martin, and that 312, that almost 4-pounder that he caught on top water, he's been using it all day, and that's the kind of bite that you'll run into, Bill Lowen. If you do that all day long, you're hoping for a couple good bites, but at minimum, at least one good bite, and he got that earlier this morning, and that's the reason he broke the double-digit mark.
This was exactly 1 hour ago, and this is the fish we're talking about right here, and the minute he hooked into this one, he knew it was good.
Thank you, Lord. That's the bite I've been looking for all morning long. I've been throwing that top water. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's a game changer. It's skinny as a rail, but it's heavy enough. Dude, unbelievable.
And you're going to have to get that bite every day to have an opportunity to win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Bill, he's got to be feeling a little bit more relaxed. He came in here 7th in points, only 11 ahead of falling out of making the elites next year. So catching that big fish and having a decent day one weight, he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, anytime you can get yourself to that mark where you think you need to be, you just fish more relaxed, more comfortable, you make good decisions.
Tucker Smith, of course, we mentioned the fact that he was a high school national champion, also a college national champion, college team of the year as well.
Man, he's been a runner-up. I hate to say it, Tucker has been one spot from making the Classic like 4 times. He's been runner-up in the bracket twice. He's gotten second in 2 different opens, I'm pretty sure, as well. He's just been knocking at the door of that, but...
He's second twice this year in the opens, yeah.
Yeah, where was
Started
his?
at Okeechobee.
Oh, Okeechobee, that's right. He was 21 pounds behind there. He was a little closer at Logan Martin, but yes, that was a record-setting performance by Scott Martin. And then
only guy fishing deep at Okeechobee.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, him and Paul Marks were right in the rim ditch.
In the rim canal. Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on the Bass Track leaderboard, and I see Joey Nania tied for 3rd with Cody Meyer. This isn't his home lake because he fishes the Coosa River. You know, Logan Martin and Neely Henry and all those different lakes are more of what he fishes, but I would watch for Joey later in this week.
It's a giant white bass.
Heartbreaker. Looks like the wind's blowing pretty good out there today.
A healthy chop on that water.
Mm-hmm.
That one was wrong species for Tucker Smith there, so we're moving on. Back to Paul Marks.
Won't be a bass.
That drag starts stripping, they automatically think it's a striper or a white bass.
Oh,
yeah. I think this is the right one, though.
Yes. Yes. Wasn't sure what I had.
It's a good spot there.
Not too shabby.
Yes. 180.
Almost a 2-pounder. One of those 114s we were talking about that you don't mind. You don't mind weighing in.
Let's get back over to Cody Meyer, second place in points to start this tournament. 27 points behind Easton Fothergill.
He's back to that dock that he was fishing earlier.
It looks like the same one.
Yeah. He caught a largemouth on the right side of that dock, and like you said, Bill, it's got to have some brush around it probably.
Go. Not a bad one, huh?
Yeah. It doesn't matter where we go in the country. It always seems like there's that, we'll just call it a special dock, you know, for whatever reason, where it's sitting in the cove or the pocket or, you know, what it has around it, just always tends to hold fish.
I'd say.
And once you find that dock, it seems like every year you go there, that same dock will produce year after year after year.
And it could be a recipe of brush piles under the dock. It could be the contour of the bank that it's on, maybe some rubble, but most definitely if people look at docks and they're like, oh, well, I'll just fish a bunch of docks today. There's a certain type of dock,
exactly.
and it's got to have a recipe.
In the 8th spot, points-wise, to start this tournament, this 9th event for the Opens. Well, Evan Kung tried this Tackle Warehouse EQ route last year in 2023 and did not get good results. He could have been discouraging, but he was not discouraged. He came back in 2024, and it has been a completely different story for Evan.
Yeah, he said he learned a bunch fishing and traveling outside of where he's from overall, but a lot of lessons learned, and like Bill was talking about, listening to the dock talk sometimes can get you astray. And we know that guys like Kenta Kimura have even said that on the Elite Series. They did great in the Opens, go to the Elites, struggle their first year, and they said, I just listened to too many people and I need to do what I like to do and what I'm comfortable doing. And Evan Kung has done that in every step of the way. I mean, you think you can peg him as a northern angler and he's a deep water fisherman, and then he goes to Santee Cooper and gets a 9th place finish as well, when a lot of our deep water specialists struggled that week.
Yeah, he really gained a lot on the field by doing that well in South Carolina. Of course, he did have his trouble swing, never got over in triple digits, so that's important.
No, yeah.
You're going to make a campaign like this.
He said all year, I'm trying to survive until I get to the northern swing, and the final southern event of the beginning of the season, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, was the one that stung him before he got to St. Clair.
Interesting stat about Evan, he has qualified for 4 Bassmaster team championships.
Really? I did not know that.
I've never heard of anybody doing that.
Wow.
Finished as high as 20th place in Hartwell one of those years.
He led the EQ point standings after the 3rd and 4th events, and he had his 2 bombs, the 95th and 96th. But he's still in position, can make it the good tournament here.
And where's Evan's home? Is that Canada as well?
Yeah, up the Toronto area, Pickering, Ontario.
It's amazing the amount of texts we get during live when we have somebody like Evan Kung or an Easton Fothergill, and they're like, we are proud of them back home, but we are so glad when they go on the road and fish in the Opens, because they're not beating us at home, and like they're so dominant. And they said Evan Kung's up there with the Johnstons and Cooper Gallant and some of these tournaments when they all fish against each other, like they're right there. And It reminds you of the Jamie Bruces, you know, him and Gussie live in the same town in Canada, and it's just these northern guys. We may not be as familiar with them, but boy, they have a contingent that's rooting for them, and they really have dedicated years before we actually see them to get to this point.
Get out of here and do well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the hardest thing to do, is to leave home where you fished your whole life and then, you know, come out here on the road and unfamiliar bodies of water, you know, different style fisheries, and it's extremely hard to do.
Well, that's another reason these guys are just so, you got to take your hat off to them. They've done so well, so many different environments. Great schedule for diversity this year.
Gotten 3 texts this morning already, Tommy, saying, "Oh, you guys are playing with us. You're going to announce the Open schedule next year while you're live this weekend, right?" And I was like, "I would if I knew it, but obviously
we do not.
I know what it is. You want me to tell you?
Yeah, tell me. Yeah, go ahead." Tournament director Hank Weldon's obviously been switching this around from Hartwell because of all the displaced folks and needs for full, you know, participation up at Lake Hartwell region
to recover up there,
from the hurricane. Moved it to here, and after he secured that, they had to make sure all the boaters were aware and registered or not registered for the tournament, and now can resume finishing the schedule for next year.
They kind of cut off the entry into this tournament for locals and so forth, which is a pretty smart move.
So the one big reason, Lake Martin in some aspects fishes like Lake Hartwell, very similar in nature, largemouth spotted bass, you know, a lot of creeks, a lot of different potential there. It's also a lake that's not necessarily as popular in the southeast, so that people weren't fishing in the off limits, you know, in that. So if you let locals who've been fishing here the last 2 weeks in when you weren't allowed to as an Opens pro, that's the reason.
Yeah.
As well.
And nobody pre-practiced as well. As soon as they announced this venue,
it was already within the
it was in the time.
It was within the time
that nobody could fish. You got their 3.5 days, starting Saturday, I believe.
Let's get ourselves over to Matt Adams, check in with him.
Woo! Making hard on us today. Less than 6 pounds and 4 fish at 10 o'clock. It's not what I had in mind at all. Then again, ain't nothing this year been like I thought it'd be.
4 pounds and 6 ounces. And Matt's looking to have a limit by this time of day, but he does not. But 4 pounds and 6 ounces. They've got time to improve on all of that, and Matt Adams certainly has a game plan, so we will be in the boat with him for the remainder of this day, and we have plenty more fishing on the way from Alabama. Getting close to the halfway point of this day. This 8 hours of fishing afforded to the 120 anglers out there competing in the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin. By 7, Dakota E-Bear, well-traveled pro, trying to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, one of the few barriers he has yet to conquer, and doing a good job of it. Started 7th place in points today, and that 1st place standing right now shows that he is on the right track. Giving himself a great shot to make that jump. We're in the boat with 9 of those anglers today, the top 9 points getters. Easton Fothergill, you see in the top left, is the #1 points getter throughout 2024 in the Opens. Andrew Loberg, Paul Marks, and Cody Meyer also in this thing, trying to maintain their top 9 status.
Meyer's got about 9.5 pounds. He's 2 pounds ahead of Fothergill, although Fothergill's only 11th. Meyer's in second. There's 9 spots, but there are 80 guys who don't have Bass Track fish entered. So there's a lot of guys who could pass him, and our 27-point lead from Fothergill could be in jeopardy.
Yeah.
He needs to catch him. He needs to catch and upgrade a few.
Nothing is settled yet, that is for sure.
A lot of fishing time left.
A lot of fishing time. A lot of guys looking good to make the Elite Series, but
to think at 3:30 or something like that, Tommy, tomorrow afternoon, when basically everyone's guaranteed to be done fishing, someone could catch a 4-pounder there that determines if they win the points race, or it could bump them up at any point. That's kind of the fear of it, but also the hope. If you're the one who needs the 4-pounder, at any point, I can make my whole tournament up in one cast.
And we have seen one near 4-pounder caught today so far. 4-pounders, if you're just joining us, we're on Lake Martin. 4-pounders are a giant. That would be the equivalent of a 7-pounder in a lot of places where we show fishing on Bassmaster Live. Every lake's got its own context, its own baseline for size.
Yeah, you're talking about the points race, Such, and that magic number. Easton's been boxing out every single angler all season long with how good of his finishes have been. If he gets top 27, it's done. No one can do anything, even if Cody Meyer's in the top 10, so we'll keep an eye on that. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We are in our final open of the season. It started way back early February down in South Florida. We've gone through 8 different states. We get over here to Lake Martin to end the season, an unexpected twist and turn to end the year. And here is who has made the Classic from the Open so far. We have one more spot available. Now, obviously, if one of these anglers that's in the field wins again, it would bump down to the Elite Series field, and Jonathan Kelly sitting at home would be very thankful for that. It's already moved down twice this year through the Opens, but Scott Martin started out the year winning at his home lake at Okeechobee, Jeremiah Kinney winning at his home lake at Ouachita. It really was a local fest the first few events. Kyle Austin, Josh Butler, both winning on their home bodies of water also, and that's 4 events into the season. We get to the 5th event. Easton Fothergill wins at Lake Eufaula. Huge final day, an 8, almost 9-pounder to anchor his bag. He wins that. We go over to St. Clair. Jay Shakir jumps in there, wins that tournament. He's already qualified through the Elite Series for the Classic, so it bumps down one more spot in the Elite field. We go to Leach. Then Easton wins for a 2nd time, so he is double qualified. It's moved down one more spot. We get to the Mississippi River and a 19.5-pound bag, the biggest bag of the tournament on the final day. Cody Stahl, one of the young anglers, came from the high school ranks, one of the All-Americans, goes to college. Now he's in the Opens, gets his big breakthrough, and he'll be fishing at Lake Ray Roberts, just like the rest of these anglers, when the Bassmaster Classic comes around next year. And we'll see, will one of these guys win again in 2024, or will we have a new angler, maybe a Cody Meyer, maybe a Dakota Ebert? I don't think, people might be okay with Cody or Dakota making the Elites. I don't think they want him in the Classic, though. Can we just stay away for one more year? Because it's inevitable, but maybe Tucker Smith rights the wrong and takes 2 seconds and turns it into a win this week.
All possibilities, for sure.
And at the 52nd berth to the Classic, next year's Classic at Lake Ray Roberts this week.
I don't know if I've ever seen this many. I think we've had 5, maybe 6 local anglers win. You had 4 in a row to start the year. Easton wins at Leach. We could have a local, somewhat to here, win as well.
Bill Lowen, when you looked at that police lineup on Ronnie's screen there, who among those 8 would be the biggest threat when you think of the Classic at Ray Roberts?
It's hard to pick one of those guys. The Classic's a special event where there's no points on the line, anything like that. So a lot of guys just go all in to win. I mean, let's face it, nobody remembers who finished 2nd at the Classic. And when I look at the whole Classic field, anybody in that field could win. Doesn't matter if it's their first time there or their 20th time there. And like I said, it's a special event. It's all about winning, and guys fish differently when it's like that. When there's no points or anything involved. So to be able to pick one out of the lineup, it's impossible to do that, because always at the Classic, crazy things happen. A guy that's not even on the radar comes back and wins.
Yeah, you can't even look back at that 21 Classic, because that was in the dead of summer.
Right, exactly.
This will be in March.
What was very cool was that Ray Roberts Classic, first time we had been there. I think it was the 2nd time we'd ever had a Classic in Texas, counting Texoma, which is split between Oklahoma and Texas. And we had a nation angler, Justin Carr, do very well in that. We also had Chris Jones from the Opens do very well. So that was a tournament where a lot of unknown anglers made their appearance at the top.
Night call. That fish came on just a Damiki rig. I'm throwing a 1/2 ounce all week because there's big schools swimming around and you got to get down on them quickly. Usually I wouldn't throw a 1/2 ounce. Bait doesn't work as well with the 1/2 ounce, but I have to throw it here to get it down to the schools because they move fast chasing bait and you got to stay on them. Calls a little bit.
Well, there you go. You got to listen to these Canadians. We know from Jeff Gustafson when they talk about getting it down deep for those fish, and that is going to be our Bass Pro Shops Top Lures with Evan Kung right there.
Tristan McCormick just bumped into the top 10 with more than 8 pounds. He's one of our guys who started the feat that Easton Fothergill copied this year with winning the Classic bracket, making the Classic through college, and then winning an Open to get in there.
Yep.
He could do it again.
Tristan said halfway through the year, he realized he was out of it to qualify for the Elite Series and said, I'm going back to trying to fish to win. Almost, he gets a great finish at St. Clair.
Right.
And then, he had a good finish at St. Clair, a great finish at Leech, and he's trying to do the same thing this week and win.
Wow.
Third time's a charm.
Bro.
Oh, I missed it 3 times.
How did he miss that?
I thought he had him.
Did too.
Oh my gosh, dude. How is that possible? Damn, cat.
It's like the textbook spot for that fish supposed to be.
I think that was a mouthless fish.
Yeah.
He must not like the taste of it because he sure did get his mouth on it, it looked like.
Dude. That looked like a nice one. I never even swung. They just totally missed it. Yeah.
Second place, Cody Meyer, having a great day, a great first day here on Lake Martin. Good stuff from him. Getting the work done. Getting better and better. He's headed to the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. Coming up here just in a couple of weeks, October 25th, 26th, and 27th, we're going to take you to Apalachicola Bay in Florida for I believe, the 4th edition of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup. Going to be some good competition, Florida style there. 10 teams with the champions from the leading Redfish tours competing and some Bassmaster pros. Watching the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Plenty of action this morning on Lake Martin, a very different sort of place. A mature lake, one of the oldest man-made lakes of any big size here in these United States. It's coming up on a centennial soon. It's been fun to watch these great achievers all season long, throughout a long season that started the first week in February, taking us all the way into October. Dakota Ebear, who started in our Tackle Warehouse EQ top 9 today. That is key as well because it's big story working here today. Only the top 9 in points are going to go over to the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. So looking good for now. In that position is second place today, Cody Meyer.
What the heck? Just hung on the other side. We'll check, but I don't think. I mean, it's got to beat 145. 145 is pretty small. $141. All right, let's go back in here.
We're now to Matt Adams, starting the day in a 10th spot. T-E-N-S-E, tense spot, not the 10th spot, but the 9th spot. Tied with Bo Browning for that.
It's not very good.
Critical
not for me
position.
I have a lot of short strikes, a lot of short fish. That's 4 for right around 6, probably a little bit less. Wind is playing havoc on some of the stuff that I've been fishing, but I'm just not getting to the time of day where I was catching them, you know, the last and good in practice. So we'll see what transpires, but it's not very good right now. So fighting off voices. And anybody that's ever fished this sport knows exactly what I'm saying. We're going to continue to run docks and some brush, and I need to get up to 8 pounds and first, and then try to start working my way towards 10 or 11. But right now it's just getting bit, and it's not been nearly as easy as it has been the last couple of days. I don't know if that colder weather this morning, or cooler weather this morning played with them or what, but I'm not getting the same reaction on my bait that I've been getting. I was hoping that these fish that I found in practice would still be here. There were several underneath this dock in practice, but I'm not seeing as many.
Matt Adams, like Cody Meyer, 41 years old. He's fished pro starting back in 2005, or Matt has. Probably about the same time for Cody Myers. I know he's done a better part of 2 decades over at FLW.
Yeah, absolutely. He won't be a rookie next year. One less guy in the rookie class.
Yeah.
He'll be a part of the rookies, the first year guys, but he won't be classified to win Rookie of the Year.
Because of his win.
He's too rich.
Too rich?
He's too good at fishing.
Glad they changed that deal on the rookies.
Yeah.
Yeah. My first year on the elites was Fred Rambonis and Jared Littner and all the guys, Steve Kenny that came over from FLW, so I got stuck right in the middle of all them.
Here's Emil Wagner. Hanging in there in the top 20, he's hooked up again.
Cool. Every time we go to him, he catches 2 or 3, so.
Yeah. You always want him to be better on the jig, you know? Coles by 0.05. 1.16 for a 1.21.
Ounces.
That is
Keep
ounces.
Talking how
That
important it is, though.
That is the definition.
Yep.
Bill, anybody? I mean, can you think of any other approaches people might take out there that we haven't seen employed today?
I think, after today, obviously, because we're with our top 9 in the points, I think you'll see some of this fall shallow type stuff come into play. You may see some guys up the river or in the back of some of the creeks. Obviously we've seen some fish getting caught on whopper plopper style baits, and I think you're going to see guys throwing buzz baits, cranking square bills, things like that, covering a lot of water, which obviously we haven't seen that yet. But I don't want to say I guarantee you, but I'm for sure we'll probably see that maybe come tomorrow when we put the cameras in the boats with maybe guys that may be leading or obviously all this is unofficial.
True.
But for the style of lake that Lake Martin is, obviously what we're seeing right now is definitely this fits this style of fishery.
I can see us, when it comes to cameras tomorrow, maybe having a split. We see a couple of the guys. Right now, it looks like a couple of our guys on camera in the points race are going to be in the top 10.
Absolutely.
So we'll see a little bit of a mix. Maybe we'll see a Bo Browning, depending on how he finishes, and a Matt Adams, the 2 guys tied for the last spot as they go into the last possible day of their season. So we'll get to see both pictures play out in front of us tomorrow on FS2 and Bassmaster.com.
It's going to be exciting to watch it unfold. This event of all the tournaments, all 9 throughout the year, is probably going to be the one that comes down to that 3-pound bite. Obviously we've seen that today already. I believe that 314 or 312? Is that big fish so far today?
He entered it as a 312,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
We think it's a little bit large.
Such just perpetually thinks everyone's lying to him.
Right.
Even if they weigh him.
we saw him weigh it. We saw him weigh it.
You know why he thinks that?
Because they
have eyes.
Yeah. Typically guys that think that are the guys that lie all the time, right?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second.
Calling up little bit by little bit.
They've got the blueback herring in this lake. I'm looking forward to finding out what blueback herring do in the fall. I don't really know where they go, what they do, how they affect the fishing.
Some of these blueback herring lakes are dynamite all times of the year, and you hit it a week or two. You hit every lake a week or two in the fall. It could be very tough. But even some of the best lakes, even lakes we were planning to go to on the opens in September and October, it takes 10 pounds a day to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because they just go so pelagic, but then the lake starts turning over, Bill, and that water, actually, it comes back into the shallow water guys' hands, because that's the best oxygenated water is on the bank.
Absolutely. My opinion with blueback herring in a lake is it just messes the whole lake up. That's just my opinion.
You can't work your jig quite quick enough.
Like they don't get on the docks, they don't get on the wood. I'll just be out here in the middle.
They're floating in space.
Yeah.
Kentucky 25-year-old Dalton Smith, second one to double digits, 10 pounds, second place right now. Got ahead of Cody Meyer in third. Behind Dakota Abear with 10-13 on Bass Track, our leader.
Ball marks hanging in there in the top 15 so far.
I had Tucker Smith say there's going to be 40 bags 6 to 8 pounds. So that extra pound, that 9 pound, you could, gain 40 spots.
Just like a northern smallmouth event.
Paul coming in here 6th place. Back at Warehouse EQ points on the season. Angler from Cumming, Georgia. Made all the cuts this year, except Santee Cooper and Lake Eufaula. This was his great start. Okeechobee went top 5, 4th place, as a matter of fact.
They said they actually went down, him and Tucker Smith, maybe some others. They went down to Okeechobee to pre-practice before off limits. Were in the lake, never found anything worth fishing in the tournament. They'd show up tournament day and go try something different. And boy, did they find something that they liked in the Rim Canal. And then we got to see him back-to-back top 10s to start the season. Ouachita, what a drastic difference with just a week between, Tommy. We're in Sunshine, Florida in February, and then we go to Ouachita where it was 75 degrees on day 1, and it was 41 degrees or less on the final day. Kyle Jesse would argue it was -7 out there on his home lake.
Probably felt like it. I can feel over there. in the Mississippi River. What a great one that was for him.
Had to see Paul Marks catch some smallmouth, but he also was up there throwing, I believe, a crankbait, also frogging for some largemouth earlier in the day as well. And man, just so stout. That's just one of those deals. It's like, I'll take all those top 20s.
Oh man.
If you're gonna have some learning lessons in there.
It's amazing he's there with 2 finishes in the hundreds.
Hey, that's good thing. Crazy. He will not have a finish as low as 105th next year on the Elite Series. He'll probably top out at 104th maybe. That'd be as low as he can get.
Take that out of your list of fears.
Already gonna be higher than his lowest.
As you know, on the Elites, that is no bueno.
That's not the place you want to be.
No. Paul and his dad, both avid tournament anglers. Dad owns the tackle shop where he works over there at Lanier. Back over to Andrew Loberg.
I didn't know that he did that. I didn't know that Paul's dad owned that. But it makes sense why he is known as Paul Marks nationally, but he's known as Paul Jr. locally.
Oh, really?
His dad's got a reputation around Lanier. That's interesting.
There we go. Stop that, stop that, stop that. Ow, I got my leg.
How do you hook this?
Is that gonna work? Ow. Sorry, Afco pants. We'll take it, man. That was a sick bite. Seen a little group of them out off this point, and buzzed that Demiki rig out there, and fired it out there, and a couple started hitting it. Got her in the boat, baby. I like it.
Loberg, hold and serve out here.
Not surprised one bit at all.
He's good. He's strong. He's shown us multiple times during the course of this year that he can run with this fast crowd out here, and it is a fast crowd. Very, very hard to get to the top with such great competition here in the Bassmaster Opens. Past the halfway point into the last part of the last half of the day at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin. Presented by 7 Reels. There is your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Dakota Ebert, 10 pounds of 13 ounces on top of that one right there. Cody Meyer tucked into second place. Dalton Smith of Kentucky. Joey Nania from here in the state of Alabama. And Austin Cranford of Oklahoma in the 5th spot. We also see a familiar face from this season, Tristan McCormick in there as well, and some others, and be a lot more changes to come as we go through the day. These anglers are going to fish till about, 2:30 for the first flight times. That's when they'll check in.
Yes.
There at the Wind Creek Park.
I can't help but look at that top 10, and I have to retract the young guys being low key and calm. You said Austin Cranford. He is one of the most wired guys. So if we have him on Bass Live tomorrow, he is a young one who is wired up like Matt Adams. So I'm excited about that. But yes, 2:30 first flight, and then obviously there's only 10 or 15 anglers per flight till we get to our 120. So it'll be spaced out plenty for the weigh-in. No pauses, no delays. It should go off without a hitch.
Here with us today, great having you here, Bill, and you'll be here for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely.
As I understand it, that is terrific. Some great insights from you. How big a surprise is it to you? I mean, you know how strong these fields are. You've tested some of it recently here to see the 2 most guys with the 2 most fanfare coming into this Open Series, 1 and 2 on top of the leaderboard on the final day, final event of the tournament, first day.
You know, these guys, like I said, I fished the Opens this year, kind of to see what was coming, and every event they blew my mind, and obviously, as you can see here, they're at the top again. So
you just can't keep that great talent
it's no
down,
surprise. Well, you know, the stepping stone to get to where we are today is unbelievable. That wasn't available when I was coming up, but now, you know, high school, college, just the opportunities are endless. And I'm excited to sit here and watch this go down. I love the low weights. I love that it's a grinder deal. I love the fact that we're probably going to watch somebody make an adjustment late on the third day, maybe tomorrow, whatever. They're going to get that better than average bite, and they're going to set themselves apart. I also love the fact that we're fishing an event where they didn't get to come pre-practice. You know what I mean? This was a straight up tournament deal or a practice deal, and the guy that figured it out the best is going to be the guy holding the blue trophy at the end of the year. Absolutely. It's going to be exciting.
We're going to get a good treat this afternoon with Matt Adams being one of our guys on camera that didn't have a limit by 10:30 this morning. He's going to be one that's going to make a lot of adjustments this afternoon and really push the buttons there to see what he can do, because he's tied for the last spot in the points. You're either going to make the elites or you're not. You better not hold anything back.
All right. And Such, Dakota E-Bear's 3-pound 12-ouncer still our biggest bass of the day?
That's by far the big bass. Cody Myers got a 2.5 pounder. That's the second biggest fish today.
All right.
A lot of 2 O's.
I'm saying it gets challenged.
We got time.
I think it'll be
I agree with you.
We'll see a 5-pounder this week. Someone will catch one 5-pounder.
All right. Got a little more fishing to show you here on FS2 this morning first, though, so let's get back to the man who started on top of the points mountain to begin this tournament, and that's Minnesota's Easton Fothergill.
The man everybody's chasing.
Still ain't big, but.
You know, he made the comment earlier today that he's been able to average about 11 pounds every day of practice. You know, obviously throwing a jig, that's what he said. Keying on those better than average bites.
He ain't much bigger though. One and a quarter.
There's 4 ounces to the better there for Easton Fothergill. That matters. Absolutely. Back out to Paul Marks. Paul Marks having a good day. That's a good fish. A little heavier than most. That we've seen.
White.
Tucker Smith, 3rd place in points to start this day one. 35th place in the tournament, though.
Finally.
That's his number 5th fish, he just said.
Yeah, got his 5.
What, you want me to put it between 2 pieces of bread or what?
Make a sandwich.
You can leave now.
We've seen some things, Tommy.
We have.
Offshore. We saw some cranking this morning from Emil. He told us he would, and he followed through and had a quick start. Saw, obviously, the dockfish we mentioned. We saw some topwater. Dakota E-Bear. I mean, all you want is topwater fish. He's got the best day so far.
Yeah, good diversity today. That's what we always love on Bassmaster Live. Action will continue on Bassmaster.com starting at noon. Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Right around the corner here on FS2, we got live soccer for you, UEFA Nations League. From Riga in Latvia, it's Latvia versus North Macedonia, so stick around for that. We'll be coming up tomorrow morning back here on FS2 at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central, with day 2 action from here on Lake Martin. Appreciate you being with us here today. And again, we'll see you a little later on Bassmaster.com from here at Lake Martin. All right.
Look at that one.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
All right, we are back and our live coverage continues from the state of Alabama, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. And there is Lake Martin right there. East Central Alabama, all 44,000 acres of it on the Tallapoosa River. And we are into the last couple of hours of coverage we have for you of day 1 of this 9th stop of 9 events in 2024 for the Bassmaster Opens. We've got a lot of stories working for you here today, and there's a look at the leaderboard. Dakota E-Bear has been at the top of that board for a long time, ever since he landed the big fish of the day. 2 pounds and 3/4 ounces. No, 3 pounds and 3/4 ounces. Cody Meyer standing in there in second place. Dalton Smith, Joey Nania, another Alabaman. Austin Cranford, Tristan McCormick, and Alan Armour. Daryl Gleason, Andrew Harp, and Avery Williams have joined the top 10 since we paused our coverage about an hour ago. So we are ready to get back out on the water, but why don't we get you up to date with our Bassmaster midday report, show you what we have seen this morning, and we'll start with Canada's Evan Kung.
Tommy, Evan was one of those guys that was not at the bottom of the EQ list in terms of qualifying. He was in there safely by a few spots, but still within that 10 to 15 points.
Vulnerable.
Yes, vulnerable. That's a good way to put it. And we knew the way he's fished this year, he's adjusted so well. He's only had a few slip-ups this season that he was going to have a solid finish this week. And this morning, he's got off to a decent start. He's been around some of the striper, and that is sometimes a good sign on spotted bass places. If you're catching spotted bass and striper around, you could luck into one of the bigger spotted bass. So we'll see how Evan's afternoon goes. But a lot of these guys, I have to feel, Tommy, are going to start to make a transition in their game plan.
He was also complaining a little bit about the stripers because there are time wasters when you're out there and you have very little time to spare, especially in the last event of the year. Tucker Smith of Alabama started the day 3rd place in the standing.
Yeah, he was safely in, and Tommy, it's really more so about the Classic for him. He just needed to catch a limit or so, get some decent weight on the board for this tournament, and he would be in the Elite Series. But he's came up close. 2 second-place finishes this season. He wants to make that Bassmaster Classic. Heck, he has led the field for the Classic out from the dock 3 or 4 times as a high school and college champion, but never participated in the event. He's looking to do that this week. But right now, I've got a feeling, and even looking at that top 10 leaderboard, that 7 to 8.5 pound range is going to be a log jam. It's not going to be in the top 10. It's going to be a log jam wherever it falls in the leaderboard.
Got the great Bill Lowen with us here, helping us with the commentary. Bill, do you feel like it's the consensus is 10 pounds a day to make the top 10?
It's definitely sure looking like that.
Yeah.
Like Ronnie said, I think we're going to see that log jam around that 8 pound mark. I clearly see somebody to slip in there maybe this afternoon and bump up over that 10 pound mark, but they're catching a pile of fish or just all the same size, and that guys that figure out how to catch that better than average fish are going to be set themselves away from the pack. And this morning it's been awesome to watch the guys that needed to catch them are catching them, and they're doing their job. So it's going to be exciting.
Eamon Wagner, one of those guys there, started 4th place, right behind Tucker Smith in points as we started this tournament here on Lake Martin. Should know his way around spotted bass since he works on Lake
100%.
Lanier.
Yeah, and they were all excited. A lot of these anglers, our top 10 was probably one of the best top 10s going into Hartwell for how Hartwell fishes. Lake Martin, not too different. different caliber fish at times, but a lot of these anglers were, hey, I did all of my work this year. Now I get to go to my comfort zone and I get to fish well in this style of fishing, and a lot of them are translating well. We've seen some cranking from Emil Wagner. Something that doesn't get talked about on Spotted Bass Places enough is good cranking bites. Saw a little bit going on with Andrew Loberg as well, and also I think he's mixed in a jig at times too.
Andrew Loberg's made all cuts in all tournaments save one so far this year. He missed it at Santee Cooper, which was a bugaboo for a lot of our points leaders this year. It seemed to be their worst stop.
It's about as far away from his home as you can get in the United States, Tommy, one coast to another, but he has made his move to Guntersville, and that is more centralized for him, and the former college angler from Chico State, just such a well-versed angler. I was very excited to see him fishing all 9 and not surprised to see him in our top 9.
Never surprised to see this guy in a top 9, top 10, top 2, whatever it is. Easton Fothergill has had a phenomenal 18 months of fishing, starting back at the end of his college career, college bracket, and making his way to the Classic, doing well there, winning 2 tournaments this year already on the Opens.
Bill Owen, you're a champion on the Elite Series. You fished a bunch of events. Tommy said you're going to fish your 200th event next season. Winning an Open, probably one of the hardest feats you can do. Just field size and the mixture of skill sets. For him to win 2 in a season, that's incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean that may never ever be done again. You know what I mean? For that to happen is truly an amazing deal. He's just with the amount of boats, you know, we're looking at 200 plus boat fields and the diverse fisheries that we go to. Yeah, my hat's off to him because he's definitely showed out this year.
Here's someone who's done some work since our FS2 coverage paused about an hour ago. Matt Adams was not looking good, not happy. Nothing good about his outlook. He's got to be feeling a lot better now.
Last time we saw him, Tommy, he was idling out of a creek or a cove, very mad, and I didn't know where he was going, but I wouldn't want to be the fish waiting for him when he arrived, and he's obviously caught a decent kicker to fill his limit, and he has probably culled up since then. Over 9 pounds now, and that is, we said it, he was well below the pack that we expect to form on the leaderboard, and now, Bill, he may be at the top of that pack or just above that pack with 9 pounds and change.
Yeah, and he's been very boisterous all morning about that afternoon bite. It's been better for him during practice, and every day of practice he's been able to see a better than average fish, so maybe that'll continue for him today.
Paul Marks of Georgia has been a numbers guy today, putting a lot of spotted bass into the boat.
Absolutely. He is just like Emil Wagner, calls Lake Lanier home, was very excited. Actually, Lake Hartwell was the first time we ever met Paul Marks. A few years ago, he jumped in that specific Open, was in our coverage. I believe that was maybe 2020 or 2021 on the Opens. Met him and knew that, hey, this guy's going to be good one day, and he has put it together very well this season. He led the EQ points race after 2 events and has been in contention all year long. Only a slip up here and there, but for the most part, Paul has shown his consistency. And now we've seen him in the back of a pocket, out on the main lake. He's really mixed it up, even though he might have kept the same rods in his hand.
Got a 3-pounder to jump into our top 10 when we were on break.
All right, big change there. A 3-pounder is a huge deal here. Cody Meyer. Cody Meyer coming in second in points to start this tournament, and he is not letting up, not one bit. He wants to vie for the title here.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, if he pushes Easton Fothergill tomorrow, when they weigh in today, if both of them are in the top 20, Easton doesn't get nervous. He's pretty quiet but stoic. There may be some nerves if Cody Meyer's in the top 5 and he's in the top 20, knowing I can't fall much farther. And it is very interesting. We put cameras with the top 9 in our points race, Tommy, expecting good things because they've been so good this year. And to see so many of them littered in our top 10, that just goes to show, why don't you just finish the year off the way you started it? And that goes into Dakota Ebert, man. We saw that game-changing bite you talked about. He's added another good one. And we were talking about 10 pounds being good. Why don't we just go ahead and serve up 12 pounds unofficially for Dakota Ebert?
Well, he's been shot across the bow for the rest of this field here who wants to win this tournament. It's a great, great job all year long, and he continues the momentum here in Alabama.
Bill, this lake has the traits of being a lake that you would excel offshore, maybe using your forward-facing sonar in the abyss, but we're seeing anglers close to the bank, whether it's a dock and a walkway or top water like Dakota. Absolutely, the better quality fish live on the bank from what it looks like.
Well, it's that time of the year. You know, it's that fall time, that transitional period where, you know, them fish make that move. And a lot of fish move shallow this time of the year, and a lot of big fish, or in this case, better than average size fish. And I think we're going to definitely see that as the day goes on today and the next couple of days. So I'd never count anybody out on this one, that's for sure.
Well, let's get back to the live action now. I hope we got you up to date with our Bassmaster midday report. Get out to our tournament leader, Dakota Ebear. Something tells me he's not done for today.
Ebear and Meyer had 2.5 pounders when we were gone, and Meyer in second is now 2 pounds ahead of Easton Fothergill. With a lot of guys not on Bass Track, they could get in between there and maybe push it down and make it a race for the Tackle Warehouse EQ Angle of the Year.
Okay, that's a development.
I think Dakota's just running around having fun at this point.
Yeah, anything above this is more so good work, good hay the hay's in the barn, as they say. He's already done his job.
Big bites this morning, or a big bite this morning on top water, and I got one good bite, and then I got another good bite, and then I got that big bite, and it just really settled me down and kept me from having to go chase all those deep live scope fish, and put me in a position where I could slow down and kind of try to expand on something I might have a chance at winning doing. I just didn't think that I could catch very good quality out deep. I mean, I think that that's probably the most consistent way to catch 8 or 9, 10 pounds, but to catch that 12, 13, 14 pound range, I just didn't think it was possible based off what I saw. And that mean you couldn't catch a big one or two and have a really good day. But I felt like doing something like this, getting on a good topwater bite, was the way to win. But when you're in a position like I was in, or I'm in, and points are such a big deal, I mean, we've worked all year long to try to qualify for the Elite Series. I had to get to 8, 9, 10 pounds a day. And so I couldn't fish realistically, to try to get just 5 or 6 bites today without risking screwing up the whole season. But catching those couple good quality bites early really allowed me to do that. It's been fun. It's really kind of opened my eyes to some different patterns and stuff that I didn't know was in play. I've caught, oh shoot, that's my rod. I've caught most of my fish today on topwater and on a jig. And I knew the topwater thing was going to be, the topwater bite's been good in the morning, but as soon as the sun gets up, it's died off quickly. And it has, now that after about 9:30, I don't think I got any bites on the topwater, but I'd already had a good bag, so then I just picked up a jig and started picking apart some of these same areas, and I've been able to upgrade several times since then, so it's been fun. That was a terrible flip. And I've never even been in this creek, like in this area. I just kind of, I got bit on a couple things, and I looked at the map and I was like, all right, well that looks like it, and I ran in there, and I've been just kind of just running a pattern really, and just expanding on the day, expanding on kind of what's went right and what's went wrong, and making the adjustments I need to make. And so, that's so hard to do whenever you got all the pressure in the world on you. But good Lord bless us with that big one early, and it just kind of freed me up, and here we are having a good day. With the opportunity to have a great day if I can get one more, really big bite.
He's done his job to get Elite qualified so far, and so has Matt Adams. The race now is Evan Kung, who's 33rd, and Bo Browning is 41st right now, and they were 5 points apart. Matt Adams was tied with Bo Browning for the last and final spot.
We got to give it some time. We got tons of time.
As always, it's going to come down to the last cast, isn't it?
It looks like it.
Really wanted to kind of fish where he was over there.
We remember seeing Heartbreak last year, Tommy, ending the year at the Harris chain. Kyle Austin comes in with 4 fish. We see him lose one in a brush pile, one that he equated to being 4 pounds because he had just caught a 4-pounder out of that brush pile. Ends up missing the elites by 20 points, and that 4-pounder would probably did it. Somebody's going to deal with that.
We're out here scoping around right now. I got a decent limit. You know, this is
climbed in. Same with Wesley
really
Gore.
the first time I've looked out here for some of these deeper schools of spots, but we've been fishing shallow, you know, catching them on top water, catch them on a Yamamoto Cinco. Now we're looking for, you know, a couple nice fish. Got a decent limit right now, you know, around 10 pounds or so. I got a couple 2.5s, and we got some 2-pounders, but we got like a 1.5 pounder I got to get rid of. So just thinking I'd come out here and scope around real quick, see if we can catch a couple, you know, 1.75 pound, 2-pounders, and go back to the bank. You know, I just don't feel like I can catch enough weight out here, but right now I would like to get one more. But so far it's good. You know, I'm having fun. It's been a good day so far. Fishing good. Lost one fish really that would have liked to have seen, but I have no complaints. It's a beautiful day on Lake Martin. Fish are biting. Just got to put it in front of a couple more nice ones.
Well, there you go, 1 and 2. Advantage Dakota Ebear at this moment. Advantage as he described it, because now he can freewheel it. He can just absolutely not worry about the consequences. You don't have to settle for catching big numbers way offshore.
We may see him go up the river. Who knows? Somebody may use this extra time.
Why wouldn't? Yeah.
We haven't seen anyone explore north of Wind Creek yet. We'll see.
Dalton Smith and Joey Menina. Chris Blanchette moving up the leaderboard here in the afternoon. Hang on.
Whoa now.
We got more to come. Absolutely, it could get bumpy out there. And been a little wind on the water on Lake Martin today. This is going to be the windiest of the 3 days that we're fishing here. That's cameraman Mark out there with the Eastern Fothergill.
I thought I recognized that handle.
Well, yeah, that's pretty sharp. You're pretty observant there, Ronnie. That's superhuman almost. Congratulations. So let's not go out to Eastern Fothergill. Obviously, he's on the move right now. So let's go on out to Emil Wagner. From Georgia.
Big one. Come on. No. My help. He looked huge on the graph. I think he'll help, hopefully. We need it.
It'll be his first fish over 2 pounds.
We need it.
Tommy, a big shout out to Kelly J, former Elite Series pro.
Yeah.
Was excited to see this Open come to his home lake. Tried to get into it.
Oh, this is his home lake. This is
yeah.
Kelly's. Okay.
And it made me think of Kelly J because talked to him about it leading up to the tournament, but also that boat ramp right behind to the left of the bridge where Emil's at is where he took me out on Martin one day, and we shot some videos, and he was showing me his jerkbait magic and all that stuff back in the day. And so I was like, I know that boat ramp and that bridge. I remember.
That was good to hear from Kelly.
What'd you call it? Jerkbait magic?
Jerkbait magic. He was throwing a jerkbait. He was one of the, I don't know, Mount Rushmore jerkbait guys before it was cool, you know? Before a lot of people throw it.
He was the
You'd have
best
to put,
bet for jerkbait.
You'd have to put, I don't know, your vote, but there's 4 people on Mount Rushmore, like a Van Dam, a Cherry, a Kelly J. I don't know who else would be 4th, but those are.
He's as good as it gets when it comes to jerkbait fishing.
Guys.
Kelly gave me a jerkbait one time at one of our events, and it was
just a mean spot, or what?
Had a few little things done to it, and I was like, all right.
Noted.
I see what you got going on here.
Yeah.
They're so mean. Yeah, that'll call. Should. That should call. Yeah, nice little belly, long fish.
said he wanted to get rid of that one little one he had.
Pulling, that's for sure.
Gonna go back to the
so
bank.
We got a 157. We got a 157. And that is a 185. Heck yeah. Baby steps, but that works. Number 4.
About a 6 ounce of
ounce?
Yeah, from about 1.8 to
that's
114.
That's an 8 ounce. Yeah.
1.5 to
Look how skinny that little dude
almost
is.
2 pounder. 6 ounces. That's like
All right,
21
hey,
spots,
it's like-
Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just as I was talking about, man, going to plan. We fish up shallow, come out here, catch one. That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Coming in, said he didn't think he could overcome 27 points at Easton Fothergill, but he wanted to be there just in case Fothergill were to slip.
Get back out to Dakota eBear. We got a catch that we were not able to get to you live earlier in the day, so we had to feed it when we got to a better signal situation. But why don't you see this? This was earlier today with Dakota eBear.
I got her.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Maybe there's another one. I don't. This thing was on the bank, I think. I think it was this fish was literally like out of the water on the bank chasing a shad. And we seen it. And we were like, what in the world was that? Like, I didn't even cast up there because it was like, it was, I know you ain't never seen nothing like that. I ain't never seen nothing like that. It like come out the water twice chasing a shad, like I stuck on a bank, like was going nuts. And then like the second time I seen it, I seen the yellow side, I was like, that's a bass. I flipped over there with the jig and it ate it. I'll be dang.
I thought it was a turtle going off.
I didn't know what it was. No, what was going on? 111, help me out a good bit. Oh, no, get your big head down. 111. Pulled out a 1.5.
A lot of crooked numbers on his bass track. 312, 20, 28, 2114.
No.
So that catch would have been
I think there was
exactly
more
an
than
hour
one,
ago.
maybe. I don't really know.
Yeah, it's 2
While we
I
were
believe.
at the pause, yeah. Part of his
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the smallest one.
12-pound limit.
multiple largemouth too, and that'll be the key. Is the largemouth might not be that much bigger, but when you see an angler coming with 5 largemouth versus an angler with 5 spots or only 1 largemouth, that's the one who's going to be the.
Yeah. Easton Fothergill has landed where he needed to be.
Good to see that Mark is upright. And,
yeah,
okay.
Cameraman Mark.
Oh.
Bill Owen, you're 27 points ahead of your nearest competitor going into this final event. What's your tack? What do you do?
I mean, you just go for it, I guess, at this point. You know what I mean? He's had such a great year and hadn't stumbled at all, so why not?
You don't play anything safe. You just throw it all in.
Let's get back out to Paul Marks. Again, 7th place so far today.
He and Chris Blanchette both caught 3 O's on They put in Bass Track to jump in our top 10 while we were on break. Second only to A.B.A.S.S 312.
It's been pretty slow. I caught a pretty nice one earlier and kind of got my bag up to a pretty nice bag. So I'm gonna fish the rest of the day, try to catch another real nice one. I don't want to beat up on my deep fish anymore. Might need them tomorrow, so I'm just gonna run brand new water. Hopefully run into something. Pretty tough though. I was fortunate to catch a couple nice spots, then that nice largemouth.
Give you a look at that 3-pounder he was referring to. We've been referring to. Put him up
Flipped a
very
jig.
close to the 10-pound mark.
Flipped a jig right there to the left side of that dock.
Golly.
On his home lake of Lanier, they call those trash fish because they like the big spots more than largemouth. But here, I guess it would be treasured fish. We can call it.
Score-wise, yes. I don't know. We've covered a dozen tournaments on the Coosa River. I never heard of refer to a largemouth as a trash fish.
Yeah,
there.
no, I think that's just a Lanier thing.
Okay,
You know,
all right.
I think that's just a metropolitan.
Metropolitan.
City slicker stuff.
That's
Okay.
where the high-class spotted bass are from.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, it's a beautiful day. Why wouldn't you be out on the water on a day like today? Alabama, good stuff from Lake Martin, and plenty more to come for sure. Moving on through the afternoon here. It's 12:37 local time, Central Time here in Alexander City, Alabama, and fabulous Lake Martin for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7. Last event of the year. This is day one action, and Dakota Ebear, Cody Meyer, two of the most acclaimed anglers to join this Opens circuit this year, are 1 and 2 at the final event. No big surprise to anyone right there. They have proved they can get it done all over these United States, and Lake Martin obviously is no exception. Let's get out to Georgia's Emil Wagner. Been a busy guy, catching a lot of fish today.
I know they come off on the spoon. Yeah. Come on. Yes. That'll frickin' work right there. That will work. Finally got a decent bite. It's gotta be close to 2 pounds. Shit, I had that spoon on earlier. They went nuts when they saw it. That can't be right. Maybe I just haven't seen a good one all day. He's not big at all. Does help though. 160. Looks a lot bigger than that.
Got a 1.5 to get rid of, so.
I think you gained an ounce there, is that right? Fish was long and skinny.
Now I have no clue.
So many different things going on.
We have 6 of our 9 cameras in the top 14 right now, Tommy.
That's pretty good. That's like unbelievable, really.
And then Emil, Tucker, and Evan are the other 3, and they're in the top 36.
We need to carry that mojo over to the Elite Series.
Yeah, it kind
make our day one action a lot better.
Hey, we, at least put Patrick Walters on camera all 4 days at Murray, and he led wire to wire. At least we did that right.
That's That's
you get it right
outlier,
every once in a while.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you get it
Blind
right.
pigging it once in a while.
Very long shot, 11th place, Bobby Bakewell. In points, 11th place is up to 17th right now with a limit of 8 pounds. He'd still started 67 points behind the 2 guys tied, so one of those guys would really have to falter. Matt Adams, we know, is not. Bo Browning has a limit, 5 fish he entered as 1-0, so who knows if he's got a little bit more than that. Or
All you can ask for is if you do your job, especially when you don't control your own destiny. And Bobby doesn't control it. Garrett Paquette doesn't control it. They both have over 7 pounds. If they get in that 9 or 10 range and you're maybe close to Adams and Browning, some kind of chaos happens tomorrow and they slip or don't do well, maybe a short of a limit. Like, you just want to be there in a position, and you can't do that if you eliminate yourself on day one. So at least they know that they're just waiting.
what's killing the guys hoping to climb is that our field decreased from around 200 to 121.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of guys who can't.
Where you would have jumped over 20 people,
space
you're jumping over 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, at this point, all you can do is do your job and not worry about what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, today's been all right. You know, I've got a couple nice ones in the box. Still just running around, just trying to figure out what I want to do as far as what type of structure and stuff I want to fish. I'm still going to bounce around and fish a bunch of brush piles, but it's definitely a lot tougher today. Not as many fish catches. But we're just gonna keep grinding out. We got plenty of time. I got to upgrade a couple times and just kind of bebop our way back up this river. So we'll see what happens. Got some time left, so got to make something happen.
What's your bait choice today?
It's mainly been a drop shot type of deal, but caught some on a jig, which was cool. I'm still gonna play around with that. Just kind of junk fishing. Then obviously when you start seeing some dots that are out, schooled up out front, that Demiki rig gets them. So kind of just junking around, hoping for the best.
Andrew Loberg, Guntersville area, but California. That's where he grew up, came up, learned how to fish. Evan Kung from Canada, from Ontario.
Andrew Loberg, obviously we talked about making that move from California to Gunnersville, fishing some of the lakes around here. He fished in, I believe it's a ABT 100. Like it's different than the regular Alabama Bass Trail tournaments. And it's like 25 or 30K for the win. And I think he left an open and got there with a day of practice and they won it. And so it was a huge, or they was jumping into him. He had to leave to go to Okeechobee and he won that to start the year off. And so Andrew's been definitely putting in a lot of work in Alabama as well. And that's a great state to either get your teeth kicked in or learn how to block those kicks, Bill.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially that area right there.
He also owns one of the biggest water thermoses I've ever seen in my life there. Did you see that thing he was drinking out of?
That's why California is short on water, Tommy. All their anglers have it in their jugs.
No. He made away with some of it, didn't he? The St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Last stop of the year. A lot of good stuff going on out there today. Lots of movement up and down the leaderboard. Some interesting possibilities developing out there. And these anglers have, well, the first flight anglers have less than an hour and a half to fish at this point right now. Excuse me, less than 2 hours to fish. We will be back on it momentarily when we return. Great to have you with us this afternoon. Checking in on the St. Croix Bassmaster Open live coverage all day long. We started first thing this morning, a little bit after takeoff at 6:30 a.m. That's the time they'll go tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. local time. We'll be there on FS2 for you starting at 7 a.m. local time, 8 Eastern. Dakota Ebear, the man on top. Great day for him here, 12 pounds even, puts him ahead of Cody Meyer. They're in second place. Cody Meyer also started this day. Second place in the Tackle Warehouse EQ standings, which means he's looking really, really good to attain his goal of making it to fish on the Bassmaster Elite Series next year in 2025. There's Matt Adams.
Update is I got a spook in my shoe. It's been a lot more difficult today than what it has been. I don't know, or at least it has for me. I don't know what everybody else, I'm sure somebody's figured it out, but I'm getting a lot less bites. I'm sitting at about probably close to 9.5 pounds. Feel like I really need one more fish to be where I need to be for tomorrow for the elites. That's just my assumption. It's, I've not seen martin this tough as far as just getting bit. So we're gonna run around and we're gonna continue to fish brush and docks and see if we can't stumble on the right one. Because I feel like right now I need another 2.5 pounder to put me over the 10-pound mark to get to where I need to be tomorrow, and then we'll worry about tomorrow. So I did have more pressure in my main creek today than what I anticipated. I don't know if that played with it or not. I don't have a clue. But we're just gonna keep running around and chucking at them. All we can do is just keep throwing at them, see what happens. So I can't get bit on anything but a shaky head, and we've got some pretty good wind today, which has made it very difficult because I'm throwing a 3/16 ounce shaky head that and throwing it on a bait caster because of what I'm throwing it in. I'm throwing it in a bunch of brush, and in practice I had a hard time getting fish out with a spinning rod, so I went to bait caster, and now today the wind is making it very difficult. But I'm not really disappointed in what I have. We've got almost 3 hours left to catch one good one. So I know what I've got to do and just got to figure out a way to do it.
Showed you a lot of pictures with boat docks in them all day long. That's a big feature of Lake Martin. Lots of development, but there's some wild areas too, as you can see. That's where we find Dakota Ebear right now.
William Davis Bait Company got me another batch of shaky heads ready to go because I'm losing them at a rapid pace. That one actually didn't do much to the shaky head.
bigger the fish last time. So. There's a spotted bass probably running that bait right there. Yep, there he is. Told you. Oh, look at them all underneath it. Several of them. I seen that ball of bait swim over the top of where my line was, and I know my jig was down there, knowing that bait wasn't just swimming for no reason the way that it was swimming. I figured something was pushing it, and sure enough, as soon as that bait went over my line, one of them spotted bass that was chasing them minnows got distracted by a crawfish on the bottom. Come on, don't get hung up, please. Come on. Don't do it. I really want to fish this stretch without getting hung up. Gosh, dog it. I think that's what happened last time.
Yeah, I mean, today's been halfway decent. Not a lot of bites like I had in practice, but like I said earlier, I think it's a lot of this north wind maybe messing them up a little bit. But, you know, I'm pleased with a couple 2-pounders because in practice I caught, I think, 3 or 4 in 5 days. So I don't have obviously a really big bag at all, but we still got a lot of time to chip away at it. Just got to keep bouncing and hitting new water and checking everything I found in practice. It's just hard to key in on a certain deal. There's so many small fish in this lake, it's just really hard to key in on a certain deal to run. But if I can hit as many high percentage spots as I can in a day, hopefully I can get a couple decent ones.
When you looked at the weather earlier, did you tell what direction the wind was coming from?
I think the wind was coming from the northeast today, and I think it's going to come directly from the west or the east the next 2 days. Like it flips, but it's at 4. Today it was at 9 to 10. It looks like it's 4. So even if it blows tomorrow and Saturday, it should be minimal wind, and it's going to come from obviously residual. Even if the hurricane's not hitting, that wind is coming from a certain direction or angle, you know.
Yeah, I just heard Andrew say the wind's coming out of the north, and
yeah,
you hear a couple of the guys talking about how their bite's not as strong as it was in practice, and we all typically know what a north wind does, especially if it's got a little east in it.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Got a front going through today and another one in another 5 days, so maybe be more normalcy after today, maybe.
Yeah, like I would assume with the bluebird skies and the way that northeast winds that we're going to be either post-frontal tomorrow or today is a post-frontal day.
Yeah.
Easton's just rolling along looking for one to throw at, I'm assuming here. Or he's chasing brush piles, huh?
Yeah, and we had seen Emil do the same thing. You know, he fish a brush pile, and then before he leaves, fish a few more brush piles.
At 55 anglers out of our 121 who have fish entered on Bass Track. We get guys like Will Davis, Scott Martin, and Russ Lane without a fish. So we may see some surprises this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
We always see surprises.
Yeah, we do. Well,
always.
That's a good point. We just count on it.
We're like a soap opera. We got drama everywhere.
That's right.
Manufacturing the drama, making up the drama, waiting for the drama to happen.
Enhancing the drama.
we're talking about drama, and I want to bring up the guy who's brought us the most drama. He's been the one question. He'll give us his whole game plan, or he's going to have a meltdown, or his highest achievement on camera, and that is Matt Adams. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and he is the center of our Bubble Boy talk for the Tackle Warehouse EQ points race. We've got 9 anglers who are going to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series after this weekend's competition is solidified. We may lock that in after tomorrow's day, too. Obviously, with only 10 anglers fishing on the final day, little bit of movement that can be had there, not much. This is the way they were coming in. We've shown you the whole leaderboard. We've talked about Easton and Cody at the top fighting for the overall Angler of the Year. But at the bottom here, this is where it gets a little tight, and then there's some gaps that we need to watch for. But Dakota came in with an 11-point lead over that last spot. Evan Kung, 5 points ahead of that last spot. Dakota obviously has done his job. He's at the top of the leaderboard today. He should have solidified it with at least a 5-fish limit tomorrow. He'll be good to go. But guys like Evan Kung, Matt Adams, Bo Browning, they're going to be ones to watch as they're going to be mid-pack. They're in those weight zones that we say there's going to be 30, 40, 50 anglers in that weight zone. We'll keep an eye on it there. Bobby Bakewell is going to really have some problems on his hand. The only thing he needs, or the only hope that he'll have, is if guys like Evan Kung, Matt Adams, Bo Browning are not in the top 68. If they're in the top 68, it's game over. He needs help from those guys if he wants to make the top 9. The one big thing that I'll say here, there's a lot of points to move, and we'll know a lot more tomorrow's show after having a day 1 leaderboard. Matt Adams owns the tiebreaker over every single person pictured here. So if he ties with Bo Browning at the end of the event, he'll have that tiebreaker. Let's just say they both finish 15th place. He will advance on. He's got the weight tiebreaker over Evan Kung as well. And so if he gained 5 more spots than Evan, he'll obviously have a weight tiebreaker for this event as well. So Matt is really controlling his own destiny. He's the last one on the leaderboard to make it, and he has control over everyone if they were to tie. So Matt's in a good spot, a lot better spot than he was maybe 3 hours ago when he didn't have a limit, and now he's got additional fish. He just has to make sure he doesn't lose any to mortality, makes it in on time, and just 5 more fish tomorrow, and he could be the last guy to get into the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll keep an eye on Bo Browning. I think we'll see him on camera tomorrow a little bit, Tommy, maybe.
All right. One of many scenarios we got to keep our eyes on throughout the course of this tournament, because it's all going to be wrapped up and decided here in short order. Just a day and 2.5 days away is what we've got for this season. We'll be right back to Lake Martin. Welcome back. St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels here near Alexander City, Alabama. Lake Martin, we haven't been here in a long time on Bassmaster Live. I think that was 2018, an Elite Series event back then. That was a completely different
chilly
time
one.
of the year. Oh, very chilly, very rainy and cold looking, and basically one cast that won the tournament, Takahiro Mori, making that cast again and again and again. But a different Lake Martin that we are looking at right now. And now joining us to help us watch the goings on here and give us some insights is our 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year, Kyle Welcher. Kyle, thank you for giving some time to us today, and tell us about your long, extensive relationship with Lake Martin.
Yeah, you know, this is actually the first lake I actually ever traveled any distance to fish, and I've probably fished 80 or 90 small tournaments on Lake Martin. So I really feel at home with Lake Martin, and I wish I'd have signed up a little bit earlier for Lake Hartwell so I could have been at this one.
Yeah, that's right. I bet you would love to be here. Talk about how different it is, this Lake Martin in the autumn. I mean, it's not like fishing it in the spring.
No, it's definitely not, because all these clear water lakes like this, they get way easier to catch whenever they're around the spawn. In the spring, they get on the bait, and I mean, Lake Martin has some tiny bait in it, has some big bait in it, but they get really, really hard to catch whenever they're on that, you know, when they're dedicated and chasing around that bait. So the big largemouth in the fall, they turn into ghosts, but that's what definitely is the difference makers. And you saw Dakota have one, but that's the problem, is the spots are still pretty easy to catch in the fall, but those 4-pound largemouth, it's like they just disappear until February, they show back up.
Have the spots through the years gotten bigger, or are they've always been a little on the smaller size compared to some other rivers in Alabama there?
They seem the same exact size for my entire life. It's like, I mean, you could catch 10.5 to 11 pounds of spots when I first started fishing there 15 years ago, and it's still like what you seem to catch over there. So, I mean, a couple years ago, it got where we saw a couple 17-pound bags of spots in like a 3-week window. It was like 17-pound bags of spots weighed in three weeks in a row. And then since then, it's like they disappeared. So, I mean, they don't seem to get very much bigger to me.
Kyle, the off season of 2022, you said you spent a lot more time on the water than you had in previous years. You honed in some skills, and then you went and dominated the elites in 2023. You just got back from Japan. Was this year's recipe for the off season getting some secret baits from Japan to dominate for next year? Is that what you were planning for?
I'm definitely open to some secret baits dominating, and I spent a lot of money in Japan, and I had to throw some clothes out of my suitcase and leave them there to fit all my new lures in to get them back over here. So I'm hoping that's the recipe for next year.
Was it cool to see the culture across the pond of that type of angler and that culture behind fishing, and how many tackle shops and how just the excitement behind the sport there?
Yeah, it is, and it's a different vibe because in Japan, everybody appreciates fishing. Everybody doesn't bass fish, but everybody appreciates it, because I guess it's because it's an island. People fish all around, whether it be saltwater, freshwater, whatever. It seems like in America, fishing's not really, people don't respect it quite as much over here, but over there, it's like a way of life. Everybody does it. So when you say that you're a bass fisherman over there, everybody's just all about it.
Kyle, when you think about guys fishing autumn, Lake Martin this week, under the conditions we got right now, north wind, pretty clear skies, how far do you think a guy can go? Can he make the top 10 after 2 days with 10 pounds a day?
I don't think 10 pounds a day. I think there's a huge difference on Lake Martin between like 10 pounds and 10 3/4, a huge difference. So I think just under 11 a day will probably be, 21 and a half is probably going to be the mark for the top 10, I would assume. So I fished a couple local tournaments there so far this year, and the weights have been decent. So I would say, 21 and a half for 2 days will probably be top 10-ish.
Kyle, when you see the 9 rookies that came from the Opens last year to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series with y'all, and now you look at this year's class with the coverage we've had at every Open, you kind of get to see what these anglers are really good at, and also the wide variety of techniques that they do dip into. When you see the guys like Easton, Tucker Smith, you see Paul Marks, Emil Wagner, all those guys that are younger, more spotted bass tech savvy guys, but they mingle well with the Cody Myers of the world. Do you think we're going to have such a diverse group that's coming into the elites next year?
It sure seems like it. And, a lot of these guys that are young, they've been doing it for a long time. Like you said, Tucker Smith, seems like he's been fishing for 20 years. I've been hearing about his name forever, it seems like. But not only are we going to have a super diverse field, as tournaments like this, they really build character because you have to catch them every single day. And nobody's going to catch 20 pounds and just, be cruising through the rest of the tournament. Like, you're going to have 10 and a half pounds and have to go catch them tomorrow. So a lot of these tournaments this year on the Opens have built a lot of character and resiliency. So not only are they young and good and they're going to mingle with us all really well, they've also been through the ups and downs a lot.
Kyle, earlier you see Bill Owens with us here today, and we're talking to Bill about a lot of things, including blueback herring. And you said your opinion no good. That blueback herring will mess things up. And I got a text from Trip Weldon, who's a big, the emeritus tournament director, one of the greatest of all time, who spent so much time there. And he said, "Yeah, I agree with Bill. It's not a good effect on a lake." What's your opinion about the blueback in the 10 years that they've been in Lake Martin?
Man, it's awesome whenever you get around them, the bluebacks, but Lake Martin has such a tiny population of blueback herring that Lake Martin just sprawls out and it goes forever and ever and ever. And there's not that many blueback in it for the size of the lake. Like whenever you go to Murray or Hartwell, you can actually figure out where the bluebacks are and collide with the bass on it. But Martin just does not have many. Like I talked to a lot of the locals there, and me and Tripp have talked about it. And there's not a ton in Lake Martin. No. It's just enough to where if you're lucky and in the right place, you can find some of those big spots feeding on them. But I'm going to agree with the other two. I think I like threadfin a whole lot better because they're a lot slower and a lot more predictable.
Did you think coming in, seeing this lake on the schedule at the last second, Is Lake Martin with the quality spotted bass, are we missing a part of the lake? Is there a certain region of the lake where there are bigger spotted bass, or is it a depth zone right now? Are we in the stage of a turnover, or there's just something untapped right now from our 9 guys on camera?
You know, typically in the fall, it's all about Kalijah Bay. Like, that's what everybody hears about. That's the big ones. But we had a lot of rain a couple of weeks ago, and we got, you know, anytime there's a lot of rain that comes through that river, and there's an above average amount of current coming through the river, the top half of that lake, the bigger spotted bass, will all of a sudden pull up because it gets a little bit dirtier. And anytime there's a little bit of current, it kind of puts them to the cover. So that river has kind of played for me because that fresh water coming in, but it's going to be between Kalijah and then around Wind Creek is typically the two best areas, in my opinion, for the 2 1/4 plus spotted bass.
Tommy, Kyle Welcher passes the test because I had Kelly J text me the same thing about an hour ago, so I knew his answer, and I'm glad your answer lined up exactly with his. So we know we can call you a Lake Martin expert now.
Well, we don't. You can't do that to somebody.
Hey, I had the answer. If it was different, I wouldn't have called him out on it. It would have just been a different perspective. But they lined up. I can trust both sources now. We know how anglers are always sandbagging or not telling the full truth. He told the truth to me.
You were trying to set him up.
Yeah, you were trying to set him up. One quick question, Kyle, before we have to go take a break. How well does this lake take pressure? And will what was working today hold up through 2 more days?
It absolutely will, but there's certain bites that are pivotal. Like, there's 3-pound bites that you get, and you're not going to be able to bank on those from the same area every day. But if you go through an area and you get 10 or 12 bites, you can go through that area tomorrow and you're still going to get some bites. But the difference maker fish, that's the only ones that matter on this lake. Those 3-pound plus fish, you have to get at least one of those a day or 2, and you cannot pattern those. But the areas will hold up, and the lake handles pressure very well.
Kyle, it's been a great pleasure talking to you. Glad we caught you checking out next year's competition here on the TV. That's a big help to us, and appreciate it. And we'll see you next year. It's going to be great. Kyle Welcher, giving us some time there. He's from nearby. I mean, that's what we did. We should have prefaced.
Opelika.
Yeah, Opelika, Alabama. Steve Kennedy also.
Yeah,
from
he
that
jumps
area.
to the West Point over there and,
Sure.
and just toils with the tough lakes, it seems. Toils with the tough lakes, West Point and Lake Martin.
All right, well, we'll get back to the action. We saw a few fish catches there while we were talking to Kyle. Maybe we can revisit a couple of those as well. That's just moments away. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama, is brought to you by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. We started way back the very first week in February 2024, catching big giant bass down on Lake Okeechobee. But if you're a pro bass angler, you have to beat everybody catching big ones. You got to beat everybody when everyone's catching small ones too. That's the challenge this week, and so far the best at it has been Dakota Ebert, who's been one of the best anglers out here, no doubt, through the course of those 9 months since the 1st of February. He stands atop things right now, certainly with eyes on winning this tournament. Of course, the main goal of the whole season for him is to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's taken giant steps toward that end this week as well.
He told, when I talked to him and he was signing up at the last second Okeechobee, he said, man, I asked myself, I said, what do I want to do? I want to fish in the Classic one day. How do you fish in the Classic? I got to fish this trail or this trail or this trail to get there. What am I doing fishing elsewhere and other things if I want to make the
really
Classic?
tough,
And that's why he jumped in. He had to.
Bouncing around, fishing a bunch of water, but it's definitely super tough. Trying to fish some brush now, see if I can catch a bigger fish. But we'll see. I got to weigh in early today, so not the best time, but tomorrow I'll get a late day, which will be nice.
Tucker sitting in 33rd place right now with his limit.
He mentioned, I think he's boat 3 or boat 4, so he has first flight 2:30 today, but 4 o'clock tomorrow. I would love to end my season with the most fishing time possible. I know it evens out and it's fair,
But boy, it just seems like I need just another hour on that final day of the season just to make sure everything's good.
We always need another hour.
Just another hour.
He's boat number 2 today, right?
Oh, number 2, I shortchanged him.
And there's been some talk, you've reported some of it, and Bill, you backed that up to say that the evenings bites, the later day bites in this time of year can sometimes be pretty good.
Absolutely. We mentioned it before. We keep hearing a lot of guys talk about their bites off a little bit. Things have changed. And then I've heard some of the guys comment on that northeast wind blowing in. And, you know, us as fishermen, we always got that, you know, reason why they're not biting and all that. And we always feel like that north wind is makes them not bite. You know, it's just not a predominant wind. And I think when that happens, it changes them up. And tomorrow, I think we're supposed to get some of the right kind of winds. Or at least the right direction. So
more westerly, yeah.
I think
but they've been catching them pretty good today.
I think you starred in that 6 seconds that Dave Mercer did at St. John's River one time, asking excuses why you didn't catch them. And that day you actually left your fishing rods in your hotel. And that was your reason. Your excuse was, hey, didn't have my fishing rods, and you literally didn't.
Yeah, that was for real.
You got to have a reason, you know? You always got to have an excuse.
Well, that's one you can't argue with. It's just almost impossible to catch them without rods.
Yeah, hard to fish without a fishing pole.
Yeah.
How do you feel? Like, I want to say most years, like you've always adapted. Every schedule's a Bill Lowen schedule. Like we start out and there's some spawn, there's some shallow, there's some grimy, there's some good. But next year with 4 rivers on the schedule, you got the St. John's, you got the Sabine, you got the Pasquotank, and you have the Mississippi River. 4 rivers. I mean, that says, for one, it says Bill Lowen. 2, it says Brian Schmidt. So like,
right.
So how do you feel about looking at that schedule, balancing what you're good at with also
close this year, you know,
tech and stuff?
You know, I've always been that guy that kind of doesn't look into the schedule too much. I feel like when I do that, or maybe get that preconceived notion, I kind of tend to stub my toe, you know. So I really don't look into it too much. Kind of like Ike and Ellie and fish the moment when I get there. But you know, to see a schedule set up like that where you feel like you can fish in your comfort zone, it's always a big plus. You know, but we'll see what happens.
You gonna
go
go pre-fish any place that you hadn't really been?
Probably over to the one you said I can't pronounce.
The Pasquotank?
Yeah. I hear it's got big ones in it. I've never seen it, don't know anything about it, so probably need to go over there and at least drive around.
We told Brian Schmidt when he was here that the last time a B.A.S.S event was there was in 1981, and Basil Bacon won it. And Larry Nixon and Rick Clunn were in the top 3 with him, so there's some old school best of the best right there in the top 3.
Yeah, I hear
there's a bunch underneath that.
Or see, you know, when you look around, try to do some research, you see that it's full of giant bass. And I'm thinking to myself, how can we have a place on the earth anymore that is full of giant bass and we don't have events there, we don't know about it?
Yeah.
So it'd be exciting to see a new body of water.
I feel like tidal bass bite every day. Like whether the weather's
terrible,
matter. It's because they have a factor that draws them more than what the conditions are, and that is the movement of the water in and out versus if it's clear or cloudy.
Right. And tidal river fish, they're just mean, so they just want to bite.
Did they? We're just gonna shoot across. I'm just trying to cover water. I'm gonna stay on these, we're gonna stay running these points with these laydowns for now.
Cody's definitely trying to catch him a good one.
Well, he's got the luxury of time.
Right.
He has set his spot for today, and he's done all the important work. He can do pretty much whatever he wants to in the final hour or 2 hours of fishing.
Yeah, he pulls up on the right laydown and catches up another 4-pounder or something. He'd be way ahead of the game.
Tucker Smith, number 3 in points, coming into this event here, this final stop of the season. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. He's got some work to do today, though. He's down to the 33rd spot. Not terrible. He can hang in there with that. Just depends on the rest of the world cooperating properly. They cooperated by catching a whole bunch of fish today, and we expect to see some more fish catching, starting when we return just a couple of minutes away. Final Open of the year is the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels. Getting into the last half hour of our fishing coverage for you here today. In about an hour's time, a little less than an hour's time. Flight number 1 will check in Wind Creek Park there, the headquarters for this tournament, and commence the weigh-in. The weigh-in will be right here on Bassmaster.com, so write that down. We will learn a lot there.
We've got 3 on Bass Track over 10 pounds. I'll ask the questions, Tommy.
Okay.
How many are going to have 10 pounds or more at the weigh-in, guys?
I'll go with 11.
I'm gonna wait to see if this is a 5-pounder from Tucker Smith. I don't think it is.
Before you put your
Wait a minute. Now, okay, I get to read. I get to reload this.
Yours was 11 at 137. Okay, we're marked it down.
Plus that's how he does fantasy fishing as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going with 20.
20? All right. Okay. I was eyeballing 15 when I posed the question.
20 over 10. Is that what we're saying?
Such? 11, 15, or 20?
Between 15 and 20, around 18, maybe 17, 18,
Okay.
17 and a half. That's the over-under.
Okay. I'll write it
Well,
down.
we got 55 guys with fish on Bass Track, 121 out there fishing. And we've only got 3 out of 55. Of course, some could be a little bit low.
Hey, look,
guys who are at 914.
I fished 3 northern events with these guys. I know what's fixing to happen.
Wow, I'm always surprised at the elites when, you see a bunch of 18-pound bags, 17s, and then bam, 20, 20,
I've
20,
met
20.
most of the elite guys. I know what they do.
I had like 20 pounds a day at St. Clair and finished 100th, and 15 a day at Leach and finished 60th, and 16 a day at La Crosse and finished 15th. So 20 at least.
Well,
And that's what's crazy is that weight of 15th.
Yeah.
It's a balance you have to do, but that weight at 15th would have been 28th or 30th if people made it back from the locks. Like the weight, like more people caught weight like you, they just didn't make it back either. That's what's crazy. Did you stay in 8?
On the second day.
On the second
First day I went to 7. I went to go to 7 again, and there was a barge getting ready to go in. And I said, we'll go fish for an hour on 8. And I went to my first spot, and I caught 2 3-pounders. I was like, we ain't leaving. We'll just stay here.
Good. Smart decision.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole time I was telling myself, though, oh, you need to go to 7. But looking back on it now, it's a good thing.
There was guys on the other side of the concrete wall saying, man, I should have stayed in 8.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, should have.
Everything happens for a reason. That's always been my motto.
So you ended your season officially with inside the check line and a
it was
good
nice.
finish for the year.
Fished away. I like to fish,
And that
flipping,
was
swimming.
during practice for that event was when we announced the schedule of that one being on the schedule next year. So
absolutely.
yeah. Did you see that during practice and kind of like, well, I'm not just fishing for fish this week too.
Yeah,
I can kind of be
absolutely.
aware. Yeah.
Kind of thought we might end up at Leech Lake as well, but
I could see something in the future because that community showed out. I heard the weigh-ins were great.
It was a great the where the weigh-in was at was kind of a little weird deal, but it was packed shoulder to shoulder.
I noticed that. Yeah,
it would be a great place for an elite.
A lot of support.
That's for sure. It was like you were welcome to be there.
Yeah,
Well,
that's important.
And it was a great time. We stayed for between Leech and La Crosse. We stayed there the whole time and walleye fished and fished for ring perch and largemouth, smallmouth.
Did Fisher swim down and grab the crawfish off the bottom of Leech, or did he just?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I heard they're littered. I heard there
everywhere. It's just like you could see the bottom crawling around. It was unbelievable. But that was a neat fishery.
We actually tried to have Leech as the college championship back in 2017, but we always did the college weigh-ins for the championship at a university or a school. And so we would have had to trailer the weigh-in down the street to the nearest school. And with DNR, they're clean drain dry up there. You don't cross over bodies of water to get to the next one or whatever with fish in your live well. And so we were prohibited from going over. So we had to have the championship up in Bemidji, where Jacob Fouts won and then won the bracket. And but ever since then, I knew Hank, who was the college director at that time, we got to figure out how to get Leach. We got to figure out how to get Leach. And so it was a great weigh-in setup, and very glad that they showed out.
Hallmark's hanging in there in the top 10 as it stands right now.
Trying to find something different. He said he had got some good fish from his deeper fish, went up to the bank, caught fish off the dock, is one of his better fish. Looked like he was trying to stay away from areas he knew of and kind of expand a little bit.
Had about a half-hour lull at 12:30 to a little bit after 1 where there's no fish caught.
None at all, huh?
None.
Wow.
Longest drought. It's picked up a little bit, not crazy fast. A couple nice fish coming in.
They look like they're on two totally different lakes right now.
Yeah, they do. Did you say early today, Ryan, the water's down a little bit this week?
It's only about 6 inches from full pool. Some anglers told me. I didn't look that up on any kind of charts, but normally it's a little lower at this point because it's already started to come down for winter drawdown.
Yeah.
And that obviously starts well before winter starts. It starts in late summer, early fall, but it looked like there was a lot more water, which they said was somewhat, for them at least, a negative, because maybe it puts that brush a little deeper than they want it. It maybe has too much water on some of the cover. It's, they're right there on the edge of the log. Instead, they could be anywhere on the log,
Some Fothergill hooked up right there. We'll take a look real quick. We got the music playing, which means we might be going to a break. We can hang with Easton Fothergill. We know he's a man that bears watching through the course of this season, that's for sure.
I think it will call by the way he reacted. And
sure acted like it.
Got to beat 1-4.
It's going in the box. Oh yeah.
That one's going to be an upgrade for Easton Fothergill. He'd like to get an upgrade. Like it, about 2 more pounds before the end of this day would be pretty nice for him.
Let's be surprised. We'll come back from break, Tommy, and see what his weight updates to.
All right, we will do that. That's a promise. We'll do that. More fishing to come. We'll take a quick break and be right back. We're back. Waning hours of fishing time. Day number 1 at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels. Well, this is the final week of the year, and a lot of developments on that leaderboard. Look at number 6 there. Matt Adams came into this tied for 9th place. That's the critical spot. The whole story of the Tackle Warehouse EQs is you have to be in the top 9 in points at the end of the year to get your admission to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, Matt Adams has moved up the leaderboard, and Bo Browning has moved down. So that is an interesting development there. Those two tied for 9th place as we started this competition.
That now puts, if we're being honest, that puts Evan Kung at risk, because Matt would have passed Evan.
Yes.
Evan would be Bubble Boy.
Yeah.
So now it's not even a Bo versus Matt battle. It would be a Bo versus Evan battle. So we got to keep an eye on those guys.
Evan's got a Bo Browning on the guess the weight, had the highest weight. So his 5 fish for 1-0 each. Could be a little bit more than that.
It could be. It could be. You never know.
He said, "Wow, I didn't get a camera? Wait a second."
I'm going to mess with these guys. I'm going to mess with these guys.
I'm just saying.
Manufacturing that drama, right?
Yeah, suit the award-winning journalist suit.
I call productivity, right?
But I'd like to find out.
Cody Meyer caught a 212 recently that we missed. He called up a pound. He's within 4 ounces of Dakota Abear in the lead.
Wow.
Depending on how much each of them have fudged.
We would never do that.
Get back in. Do what?
He's gone.
Okay.
All up there for Tucker Smith.
Talked to him. He wasn't so hot about the move over from Hartwell to Lake Martin. He likes Hartwell a lot, and he knew that Martin made him a little bit more nervous that half a pound, 3/4 pound could be 40 places. Yep. He says he's glad he's in 3rd place, though. That he had a little leeway, a little bit more cushion than some of the other guys.
And he was glad the field size shrunk, so.
That too.
There's 2 things,
well, Cody
pro
Meyer
and
said
2 cons that get to balance out.
He said a lot of guys said, hey, good luck the rest of the year, that they weren't coming north or southeast here for this final event. And he's like, what? And I didn't know how many people had entered. But we had,
and then there were definitely some
less.
anglers. Like I remember Justin Barnes texted me and said, "Hey, what are we going to do if we can't make it to Hartwell? I'm here doing cleanup at Helene. I'm actually over in Savannah, because he lives on Eufaula, Alabama, and so he was over on the other side of Georgia helping in the coast and things. And so there was a lot of people who work-wise or hit near home that they just were going to take this.
They're asking before we even had to move the tournament.
Take a look at our Tackle Warehouse EQ numbers. This is to start this tournament. That was the setup to the start of the day. We will not get an official update on these till after the weigh-in today.
Yeah, after weigh-in today.
After weigh-in today, you'll get the.
So we'll have a new
updated
10.
So
I feel like we'll have the same 10. It'll just be mishmashed around. There'll be some jumps and some.
Sure.
You know, Loberg may pass Wagner. Marks may pass both of them. Ebear may be up there as well and close the gap. And all of that factors in payout as well. I believe the top 10 are all paid, and obviously the biggest drop off would be from 1st to 2nd in terms of, you know, if you're going to finish 2nd, Bill, you might as well win Angler of the Year. You know,
might as well
while you're there.
So at some parts of the year, we do real-time updates that are unofficial on Bass Track. We're just not gonna fool with it until after everything's official, after each day.
You can see if you're looking at Bass Track, which is a broken puzzle. Let's just say we've moved to a few houses and some of the pieces didn't make it to each move. We're missing some of them.
Yeah.
You can look over to the right, and of those who have
entered weight, you can see their updated EQ rank overall, and like it has Adams in 8th, and Evan Kung is the new 9th place person. He's dropped like we were talking about.
How will our cameras set up for tomorrow as far as?
I think we'll probably do 50-50. We'll probably do 4 maybe of the tournament results and 5 of the races,
Gotcha.
depending on, you know, if Cody, let's just say Cody Myers, 15 or 20 spots ahead of Easton, that's going to be a race for AOI, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. And
Got several 2 birds with 1 stone with Hebert and Meyer being up there 1-2 right now.
Yep.
Fothergill with 812 is exactly 3 pounds back of Cody Myers' weight. So how many guys fit in between them that have no weight right now on Bass Track?
At least
we could have a race. We could have a little bit of a race if.
Going to be interesting.
I mean, right now it's only 10 spots, but he needs 17 more guys to get in between. Cody Meyer does to make it a race.
There's the aforementioned Evan Kung right there. Oh, he just made a cameo appearance. There he is.
There he is.
Okay.
What do we got going on?
Oh,
look at
wow.
He's holding them up.
So Evan got to see that. That's from his camera. That's. Oh, you don't want to really see that.
Is that a striper?
It looks like a.
It looks like a bass, huh? What? That's not a way to treat.
I think it was laying there dead already.
There's a pillow. It was one of those pillows.
Oh, it's one of those pillows, too.
No.
It looked pretty stiff when it bounced.
I've been dead for a while.
Pretty sure I wouldn't have picked that up.
No.
You might be dead in a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not too sanitary. Evan Kung, who went straight to the EQs out of college, says he's going to do this as long as he can before he has to get a job.
Hey.
So that's
Look,
a good plan.
This is the hardest job I've ever had, that's for sure.
Nothing easy about it, but these guys certainly made catching them look, if not easy, at least abundant today.
And we saw some topwater catches. We saw some dock fishing, some brush pile catches, cranking. I think we're going to see a little bit of a mix-up of that as well, especially with the weather.
Had a little of that.
Yeah.
It's been fun. It's been fun to watch, and especially this moment right here.
To think that Cody Meyer could be within a few ounces of Dakota Hebert without having
without that,
a
it's
4-pounder,
pretty strong.
Cody's going to be one to watch for sure. He might try to double up at the end and win AOY and a classic berth.
All 2 pluses for Cody Meyer.
Well, the weigh-in is going to start right here on Bassmaster.com. At the check-in time for the first flight, unofficially get that machine cranked up. It's going to be at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 local time, Central Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. We and our whole group there.
Look at that one.
Figure out who our top 10 is, and after that, they'll compute the points for you. That'll be available on Bassmaster.com, and then the coverage starts again as it did today at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS2, not FS1. Write it down. We'll have 4 hours of coverage for you on FS2 tomorrow morning, with coverage continuing on Bassmaster.com.
Weekday on TV, Tommy. 2
I
days
love
in a
it.
row.
Gotta love that.
Great
We
way
don't
to end
see
the
that
year.
very often. Good stuff, and we will have more for you on tap for tomorrow.